You're doing great.
Yeah, sorry. I'm also somewhat nervous, so...
That's fine, man. That's fine. You're doing good, man.
Let me get this straight. So, if you spin a top on a table, it displays Coriolis effect, but helicopter, airplanes, and everything else do not display any Coriolis effect.
I mean, helicopter in the back has this other... that's not because of the Coriolis effect, sorry. Maybe I should go into what exactly the Coriolis effect is.
Please. Let him go for it. Yes, please.
The Coriolis effect is when you are on a rotating frame and an object that is not attached to this rotating frame moves independent of the rotation. So it appears to deviate from your perspective on the rotated frame or reference frame, but the actual object being thrown over, for instance, the roundabout, is not actually deviating, although it appears to be deviating from the perspective of the one on the roundabout. That is the Coriolis effect.
That's a very good definition of it. So what this means is that...
Earth, how do you experience that on Earth now? On Earth.
Right.
Yeah, not on a merry-go-round a roundabout now. On the Earth. Right.
So... Just for sake of it, let us assume that we are spinning. This assumption.
No, I don't want to
for
beg
now.
The question. Before you beg the question, did you know that the Coriolis effect was discovered by flat earthers and not Gaspard Gustav Coriolis?
Could be. I don't actually exactly know who discovered it or why it's discovered. I'm very bad at remembering names. I'm very bad at actually learning by heart. That's why I'm a physicist, because I can derive things.
Gaspard Gustav Coriolis discovered Coriolis, and that's why it's named after him, through looking at water wheels. But in fact, the Coriolis was first described by flat earthers as an argument against the globe. And the evidence they used was cannons can shoot their cannonballs straight up into the air, and the cannonball will fall straight back into the cannon.
Yeah, into the barrel, into the muzzle of the cannon. Yeah, that's correct.
Now, how in the world is that happening on a globe?
That's spinning, by the way.
You don't need to assume that it's rotating, because if it's rotating, Coriolis will be observed.
I would go back to the roots, curvature.
Yeah.
Right to the roots.
So,
well, we're in spin right now. We can
let me go with this. So basically, if you start a pendulum going back and forth, right?
Yeah, but you have to start it though.
Yeah, you do. You start the pendulum.
Yeah, you got to start it. Why isn't a pendulum just constantly going forever and ever, forever and ever?
Friction would stop it.
Resistance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say that would be my first thing. Okay, I kind of lost my train of thought right here.
You wanted to appeal to Foucault's pendulum, but even after Foucault and the pendulum was unveiled, they all agreed that there was no experiment in the world that proved Earth rotation. So they all agreed that that was not an experiment, nor did it prove Earth rotation during Einstein's time. So what do you think changed?
Can you say that again? I didn't quite get that. I was reading something on Discord. Sorry.
During Einstein's time, the Foucault pendulum was not considered proof of Earth rotation, and there was no experiment. They claimed that there was no experiment during Einstein's time that proved Earth rotation, so that was not considered an experiment then. Why do you think it's one now?
I'm not sure who considered what and why. The thing that I know is that if you go through the mathematics of it and actually do the Foucault's pendulum, you actually get out that you actually see the pendulum moving in the y direction, so off the axis of
that
rotation.
means that they're rotating underneath.
Not quite. Because it wouldn't work on the equator, for example. The thing is that because you are not on the equator, you actually get an it's not a real force. It's a Coriolis force. It's called it's a what was the name? It's the same thing between centripetal force and
actual
But
deflection.
you are speaking about Coriolis, and we don't observe Coriolis in.
Yeah,
if you do a large
here.
enough pendulum, you do
Problem
see
here,
it
you're trying
move.
to conflate actual deflection with an apparent deflection. The ball being thrown over the roundabout is not actually deflecting. It just appears that way from the one being rotated.
Exactly, and that's what we see. We see it as if we were rotating, right?
Just a second. With the Foucault pendulum, you require the magnetic drive to drive the pendulum back and forth to keep it swinging, but this drive also is calibrated to go with what you assume would be the results. So
But
you create the results with the contraption, and then you assume that that proves your point.
What magnetic drive? There's no electromagnetism in here.
Driving most of the Foucault pendulums in the world?
That could very well be true. That somewhere in the Earth there is a Foucault pendulum driven by electromagnetic drives, but you don't need it.
Yeah, but man, where is happening Coriolis effect on the Earth?
If you do an experiment that you're away from the equator.
Experiment. I can do experiment. I look to a helicopter, let's say helicopter hovering. And now I'm looking at helicopter. And if Earth is rotating, that means that helicopter should to go away from me.
Well, a helicopter in the atmosphere will experience much stronger effects from wind and heat and
I'm not speaking. Okay, let's not speak. It's not windy day. It's very clear day without winds, without anything. And I put the drone. And I put drone up, and the drone should to go away from me. You know, it's a sunny day. It's no winds, nothing. It's 50 meters above the ground, and it's still there all the time.
Yes, Nico, that's true, isn't it, Nico? Yeah, shouldn't the drone be moving away from his location if the Coriolis effect is real? Isn't that not true?
Let me think about this one. It shouldn't move away, but it might rotate. I'm not sure about this one. I need to think about this again.
So you're not sure. That's fine. That's good.
No,
so
I mean
the discrepancy in the Coriolis effect and the
what I'm trying to say is not that the pendulum would move away; is that it would start spinning.
Since you're a physicist, have you heard of the term confounding variable?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. How can you be sure that your assumption that what you're seeing is Earth rotation is Earth rotation?
There you are. You see, this is what we're trying to get to the crux.
Well, it provides, given theoretical calculation, it provides evidence that it is so.
No, but then, okay, the calculation.
Let me help him real quick. Hey, dude, you can just say I don't know.
No, I mean I did say I don't know a few times, but in this case, I'm really trying to be respectful and honest, and I hope I've been.
You are being honest. That's what I'm saying.
Saying you don't know is the most honest you can be, and you know,
right.
You know what I'm saying. You don't need to try to explain anything else after that or justify why you said it.
It's
perfect that you said it.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you mean by in this specific case. What you mean by confounding variable? Yes.
Easy. First of all, you don't see the Coriolis effect anywhere. You assume this is happening because of the Coriolis effect. This is happening in this one little device, localized, but it's not happening under anything else. So that already contradicts your assumption. Second, if you look at the Sagnac effect and optical gyroscopes are used as proof of Earth rotation, but they have the same problem. You're assuming that it's caused by Earth rotation, and there's nothing to actually validate that fact. Well, Bob Nordell tested the optical gyroscopes by bringing them up onto a mountain and down from the mountain on the same latitude. And the opposite of what you would expect on the globe occurred. So it's not as fully validated as you might think, and I completely understand. Like, they only present you with what seems to confirm their ideas, and so you build on that.
Yeah, but you haven't been able to prove the Earth is spinning at this point so far, Nico.
No, yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect to prove that the Earth is a globe to you guys.
Well, but you're using it. Hang on, you're using it as a method to prove the Earth is moving, but you are unable. This is why we say to you that the Coriolis has been debunked and will be debunked for the rest of time. Okay, you understand that now?
Well, we all understand that the Coriolis works fine as an optical effect within a rotated frame.
Yes.
Yeah, but can you prove it in reality, please?
I mean, you can, if you put yourself on a carousel and somebody throws a baseball over your head, you can see the baseball move with the Coriolis effect. So the Coriolis effect is a true, real thing.
Nico, instead of Coriolis, you may learn about Magnus Effect, okay? Because football players.
Magnus Effect, yes, you can turn it. That's actually really
so
cool. So
you can spin an object. Even if you shoot from a rifling, from so the projectile, when it gets out from the rifling.
That's actually a really good point.
So
that's because it's rotating, right?
Yeah.
The bullets, will cause a gyroscope. It spins because it's not so flat. It says it is a spiral, in the rifling inside.
But I don't think. Sorry, I don't think an actual bullet would experience the Magnus effect. Right? Because the Magnus effect,
the Magnus distance. But if you're shooting a sniper bullet over really, really long range and the bullet starts to drop while it's still spinning, it can deviate because of the Magnus effect.
Yeah.
Interesting, because the way I understand the Magnus effect is that you have a ball spinning, and because the ball itself, if you go close, let's say it's spinning in the the axis of spinning is perpendicular to the axis that it's flying in. So let's say it's spinning forward. That would be called a slider in baseball, if you guys are familiar with it. So basically, you throw it so that it has topspin, in a sense.
Yes, but
now, if you go close to the ball, you can assume that the ball accelerates the air around it because of friction and so on. Exactly like the picture right now in Discord. Yeah. So it creates and effectively it creates a wing. So it creates a position of an area of low density at the bottom and an area of high density at the top of air. And this density differential actually pushes the ball down. So that's why I'm confused that a rifle bearing would actually, a rifling would actually make the bullet change trajectory because of the Magnus effect.
Okay.
Because it's spinning in the direction of
Okay, rifling works by spinning the projectile about its axis, causing gyroscope forces that spin stabilizes it through its flight. Okay, trigger rifling will spin a bullet faster, while loser rifling will spin a bullet slower. So these snipers, professional snipers, instead of Coriolis, they use Magnus Effect. So they use some tables, some
Effect is theoretical. In actual reality, people don't really calculate for that. They calculate for wind, spin drift. That's what they actually do in practical consideration.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not until the bullet starts to drop while spinning that it actually starts to deviate due to Magnus effects.
The dropping is something I didn't think about. That could add something. Yeah, I'm not sure. Still have to think about it, because what confuses me is that the axis of rotation is perpendicular to the axis it's flying at. So that's why
I'm gonna post some link about that. You may watch later.
But now think about your globe for a minute, and it's supposed to be rotating and orbiting. Why isn't there a Magnus effect on the whole atmosphere?
Well, there is no air in space for it to have friction with.
Why isn't the Magnus effect on the air?
The atmosphere is moving with the Earth. If not, we would experience huge winds, right?
How?
Well, I would say gravity.
By the way, if the atmosphere is completely lockstep and glued to the Earth rotation, you just said that Coriolis doesn't exist.
It's not completely, but I said because of gravity, the Earth moves mostly with.
Are you telling me that air and atmosphere is one reference frame?
Yeah, he said that, but the problem is gravity is not holding air in place and preventing.
Is that true? That atmosphere and the Earth is one reference frame. Is that true? Sorry,
it's not. It's not holding gas and preventing gas from exhibiting its natural behavior, which is traveling randomly and freely in all directions. So it's not being held here in place by any gravity, buddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, too many people ask things at once.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Just hang on a second.
It happens.
Sorry,
it happens. I
apologize for that.
No, it's
we apologize for that. Can you take your time and address the points that were raised anyway? Take your time. Give him time. Give him ample of room, gentlemen. Give him ample of room. Go ahead, please, Nico.
So
go.
One was that Earth and atmosphere is the same reference frame.
Yeah,
what you're saying, isn't it?
If you, the problem is you kind of have to ask about dimensions, right? If your reference frame is the whole Earth, then yes. If your reference frame is one particular air molecule, then no. It's all depends on how close you exactly want to set up your system.
Okay, now Nico, hang on a second, gentlemen. And one question, please.
Oh, fuck.
Nico, do you not think we need to consider the Earth as the reference frame or not? It seems that we're on it and it's supposed to be doing all this wild spin and orbiting the sun. Do you not think we have to? No?
Depending on what you want to do. If I want to calculate the quantum computation in my lab, I don't take anything from Earth besides its magnetic field into account.
Yeah, but you're laying your life down on for your heliocentric model to prove that the Earth is indeed spinning in the vacuum of space. You're not actually doing that yet. You still haven't proven this yet. You see? And you're laying your life down for your model here.
I mean, I'm.
Yeah, you're not proving that the Earth is spinning at the moment. You haven't done that yet.
That one reference. That's one reference frame. That one, if blah blah, it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that medium called vacuum. And all these gases in atmosphere is going together with the air. Through that vacuum without any protection, and they're there. And they are spherical. That atmosphere is spherical. It's called atmosphere, and atmo mean gas, mean air. That means how the air can have shape.
Yeah, and he said it was held by gravity, but then gravity is an unproven theory, and there are two gravities to consider. Did you know that, Nico? Einsteinian, Newtonian.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't influence.
Yeah, but you can show that Newtonian as a limit of Einsteinian theorem, but that is quite difficult to show.
No, they're contradictory. They have totally different geometries.
Similarly to how
they have totally different geometries for one. Secondly, they have completely.
What do you mean by geometries?
Frames. What I mean by different geometries, Einstein uses pseudo-Riemannian force space. Newton does not.
Can you define that? I have no idea what that is.
You can just Google pseudo-Riemannian force space or read more about Einstein.
Yeah, I actually, to be honest, I haven't studied Einstein.
They have massive differences. For instance, they have different inertial reference frames. For Newton, an object on the ground is in the inertial reference frame. But for Einstein, he says no, that doesn't work that way. A falling object, falling at free fall, that's in the inertial reference frame, whereas everything else is not. So they have completely contradicting ideologies that don't function together at all. And to try to meld them together is just a delusional psychosis.
Yeah, it's not been proven. Yeah, it has not been proven.
I haven't studied general relativity, so I don't know the theory of how to combine them. But I can tell you that it worked for quantum mechanics. You can derive Newtonian physics from quantum mechanics. So I know that works, but obviously this is not evidence for Einsteinian mechanics or for that. So
yeah. Is it
sorry, but I think Richard Feynman says that due to quantum mechanics, Newtonian laws are wrong.
Sorry? How?
Let me look it up.
Yeah. So you can show that Newtonian mechanics is quantum mechanics if you take the limit as h bar approaches 0. When you do that, the equations of motions, so the Hamiltonian equation, Lagrangian equation of motion, just like in Newtonian mechanics, drop out of your physics.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me because there's a big conflict between quantum theory and gravitational theories. How do you solve the cosmological constant problem or the vacuum catastrophe?
I don't know either of them.
Well, then you can't marry these two because this is one of the biggest issues in physics today. So I don't get how you can claim that it's solved.
What I can claim is that if you describe a ball rolling down a plane using Newtonian mechanics and try to do the same thing using quantum mechanics, you get the same result if in quantum mechanics you send h bar to 0. And this is true for basis, that the basic math behind Newtonian drops out of quantum mechanics when you do this.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be offering us your best evidence that you lay your life down for that the Earth is indeed.
This is not flat Earth or globe Earth discussions. This is a completely different one.
Let me see if I get this correctly. 1 + 1 banana equals 2 bananas. 1 + 1 apples equals 2 apples. Therefore, apples and bananas are the same thing.
No.
That's literally your argument right now. So please.
Can you explain how that is my argument?
One is you're claiming that you have Newton's and what was it? Quantum mechanics. That's the apple and the banana. So you're claiming the two are the same because you get the same out of the equation?
No, I think that's not quite how I would put it. Let me see if I can find a metaphor. The problem with these kind of metaphors is it doesn't really work, right? It's just a metaphor. It's not.
Yeah,
right. You can't.
You're comparing apples to oranges and trying to equate the two. So I'm trying to understand how you get to that point.
The problem is I'm not equating apples and oranges. I'm equating two different theories of reality and seeing if there's any way that one can be described by the other.
Yeah, you're saying if there's a curve on the apple and there's a curve on the banana, that means they're the same, right?
No, what I'm saying is that if I have one system, one theory that tells me that if I put an apple 5 meters in the air, it will drop. And another theory that tells me if I put an apple 5 meters in the air and it will drop, plus a tiny weird interaction called quantum mechanics, if I send that interaction to 0, they're the same theory.
Yeah, I could easily debunk both of those theories or those claims because I just changed the medium and now the apple doesn't fall and your theories are bunk.
Assuming they're in the same the same thing.
Well, it's at the moment. Hang on, Nico. It's all assumptions anyway. So I'd like to take you right. Hang on. I'd like to rewind back to the beginning where you said, "Let's assume the Earth is spinning." There's your first problem. I don't want to assume it. I want to know how it is spinning, and you are supposed to be dealing with that problem. You haven't done it yet. You mentioned Coriolis. Now you mentioned the conservation of momentum with the clouds sticking to the globe. These things are being debunked right in front of your eyeballs here. So can you now please address that? Come on, man. You're lifetime of this thing. Please.
And when you drop the apple, tell me who caused the drop of the apple?
Good point.
Gravity.
Gravity, really? Let's say apple is on the floor. Does apple falling?
Nothing short of reinventing the wheel.
Does apple falling? Is it on the floor?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Does gravity impact apple if apple is on the floor?
It's on the floor.
Yes, it does.
Yes, how?
Well, it's still pulled down.
It's pushing through the. That means that the button of the apple will be pressed, and that means the button will be because apple. If we put let's put something softer. Let's put the bread.
Hold on. You asked him a question first, and you don't let him answer it. Please let him answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
So your question is, if I put an apple on the ground, is it still affected by gravity? My answer is yes. It's still being pulled down by gravity. But the electromagnetic repulsion force of the ground is pushing the apple up just as hard. So it'll stay
now
still.
You need to be able to produce all this proof through experiments. Hang on, gentlemen. Oh, Gordon Bennett, hang on. Right, you need to produce it because you must understand that gravity is an unproven theory. So now, using this scientific method, you're not going to have to try and establish that gravity is a thing, but you haven't actually proven that Earth is spinning. So can you please deal with the first problem, or you're going to have to concede you cannot do that. Then you can do gravity, okay? One thing at a time here. There are people listening live, and we don't want to gish gallop and jump around the place, okay? So sorry to sound a bit stern.
No, it makes sense.
Please, spinning Earth, are you conceding? Because you are not proving anything here at the moment.
The thing is, they're not unrelated. That's why, for me, it's difficult to...
Unproven theories. Thank you.
You said
unproven.
You said apple. Now take the helium balloon and drop it, and he will go up. Why?
Because the air is pushing up on it harder than the air is pulling down on it.
Is
there you go. That's it. Hold on, that was right. That was correct. That's called specific gravity. So can we test that? Yes, you can put an apple in water and it floats, right? And you manipulate the relative density, right? And then the apple, you put it in there and it sinks originally. You put salt in there and it manipulates the relative density and then it floats. So the cause of things rising and falling is specific gravity, right? We can demonstrate that with experiments.
That's a third gravity now. That's a third gravity. That's a third type.
Yeah, that's a scientific gravity that we can demonstrate and prove.
Right. So when you put an apple in, I'm actually not sure that this actually works, but let's assume if you put an apple in water, that it goes down, and if you put salt in it, it goes up. That's what you're claiming, right? I think this might be true. I've actually never. I don't know if an apple floats or not floats. No.
You're close to right. The apples float in water, but with eggs, generally, you're correct. You could just change it with salt.
Okay, then it was eggs. Now, this is because of the buoyancy of the egg. So the water, the fresh water does not push the egg up harder than the earth, but the salt water does. So this is still just normal gravity. This is nothing different.
No, that is not the bending and warping of space-time. This is not Einstein gravity. Sorry.
Yeah. Can you see the problem? Can you see a problem now, Nico? Can you see the problem, Nico? Can you see it?
I can't.
You're a physicist. Listen.
Yes.
You're a physicist. Hang on. You are a physicist. This should be easy as switching on a light, but it is not here. And this is what you're carrying a lot of beliefs and assumptions here, right? Now that we're bringing
the problem
it down
is,
to
I don't understand the question, which is why I'm confused as to how to answer it.
Okay, well, the question is this. I'll ask you again. How is it without any doubt the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? What is your best evidence? Because you're laying your life down, you're going to die for your model. You're defending your model here. So how do you know that the Earth is a ball without a doubt? Now you're talking about the spin. How do you know it's spinning? You haven't been able to prove that. You mentioned the Coriolis.
I mentioned an experiment you can do, the Foucault's pendulum, but
again,
that's not an experiment.
I would have to look at the debunking of it. I can't.
Well, what's the natural cause?
We can talk about a different thing. So we can say, okay, if we have a super powerful telescope, everything else is also.
Well, we're not talking about telescopes.
Right.
Go back to what you're talking about. Tell us what's the naturally observed phenomena that made you start thinking that Foucault is an experiment.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that.
That's a scientific
how the scientific method works.
I do.
It starts with observe a natural phenomena, correct?
Okay.
What else do you need?
Okay, so sorry, English is also not my first language, so some terms are a bit difficult for me to understand.
You're doing very well.
What do you need for an experiment specifically? For an experiment, what else do you need other than a naturally observed phenomenon?
Well, a theory, not necessarily, but it can be helpful to have a theory providing you with a description of reality, and then you come and try to prove this description of reality, right?
No, that's backwards. No.
And see if
a scientific theory must have experimentations. I can give you citations for this.
Right, exactly.
You don't start with some Papa Jamie random idea that makes no sense, and then just try to shoehorn everything to fit with your idea. That's not science.
No, you don't. But you start off with things we already know and build on top of that, right?
Yeah, something's verified by experiment and by many people.
Exactly, and then you try to make a theoretical description that describes physical reality.
Where's that underlying basis for your Foucault pendulum? We're asking for your naturally observed phenomena. I look at things dangling. It's not turning in circles or making anything like that. So can you please?
Well, if you can definitely do the Foucault pendulum experiment. If you have a big enough pendulum with enough mass so it doesn't dissipate very fast, you can definitely do the experiment yourself.
And you mean you see a pendulum deviate a little bit, and then you assume it's Earth rotation. How do you validate that?
I see what you mean. Okay. So, what we have is a theory that describes reality because you can see it. You can see the Coriolis effect in non-Earth dimensional things. So you can see it on the playground when things rotate. You can see it happening.
No. If the pendulum were rotating or being moved because of Coriolis effect, we would see it on everything on Earth. We don't see it on everything on Earth, so that would be false. So give us something else, something valid. And by the way, to make an experiment, this can't be an experiment yet. To make an experiment, you need an independent and dependent variable. So could you give us those?
I'm not sure what independent and dependent variable. Can you go into that, what that means? I'm confused about that.
No problem. The independent variable is the presumed cause. The dependent variable is the effect. So when you make the experiment, you want to wiggle the independent variable, the effect you've already told me, it's when you have a really big pendulum, it appears to move a little bit to the side. So that's the effect. Pendulum moves a little bit. That's your dependent variable. And so how did you wiggle that exactly? How did you wiggle the independent variable, which you assume is currently rotation? So how did you affect Earth rotation to prove that the pendulum was showing Earth rotation?
What you can do is do a theoretical calculation, and in that theoretical calculation, you see that you can derive, you make the assumptions that the Earth is rotating. Okay, just give me a second, please. Give me a second.
Try to make it scientific and keep within the bounds of the scientific method.
Just please indulge me. So, you have a theory of reality, which is this Coriolis effect, which you can see in small objects. Now,
no, you have this assumption that Coriolis effect, which we see on rotating reference frames, which we don't see on everything else, which would be thrown up into the air out of the rotated frame, or like the same. If you were in a roundabout, you throw something in the air, it's gonna appear to deviate. You don't see this in
wait, you I don't see. So if you are on something small, you can definitely see the Coriolis effect, right?
If you are on a rotated frame, you can observe the Coriolis effect, but on the Earth, which is not rotating, you do not see the Coriolis effect on anything you throw up in the air, anything we use to fly in the air, any projectile we use in the military or anywhere else. You don't see it anywhere. And you're claiming that it's only visible within swinging pendulums, which are attached to the roof.
I'm never claiming that.
This makes
I never claimed that. I never claimed that it's only on a pendulum. I'm trying to say,
I would love to hear it, but if you want to try to validate this, then you are welcome to, but try to stay within the confines of the scientific method. So I would like to get an independent variable wiggled.
I have no idea what that is. I've never heard that the way you said it. What I'm trying to explain is...
It's called natural science.
What I'm trying to explain is...
Sir, stop. Okay. You've never heard of manipulating the independent variable? That's the scientific method. That's what we call natural science. You've never heard of this?
I might have to look it up in my language what it's actually.
Okay, look it up in your language, but follow me real fast. The car won't start, right? So you go outside. What do? You start the process of elimination, right? Until you find the part that you think is bad. And do you change the tires, the battery, the starter, and the bumper and see did it start, or do you manipulate one variable at a time? So you change the starter. Next thing you know, you put the car back together, and the car. What did you prove?
Right. That makes sense.
Okay. So no more affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy that you should look up, because affirmation does not replace experimentation. Thank you, sir. Please continue.
I'm really trying to understand why this is... Why... Or where are the problems? I'm really trying to understand, and I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what the problem is.
Listen, guys, we're so far in the weeds now because we're trying to explain things away from what we're trying to get across to you, such as the entire world depends on flat Earth, which I hope they can get back to. But the problem is, no, my car not starting is also not natural science for obvious reasons. So we really need to back it up, guys.
Right. Yeah, well, he was explaining.
That's what I was doing. I was trying to get it back there. Don't worry, we are. The problem is, hang on, Nico.
Yes,
Nico,
I'm here.
The problem is this. You're having a problem trying to explain how the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and you're having difficulties and you don't know why. It's because you've assumed everything. So when you're at your university with your students and your professors and everybody else, you're all assuming. You haven't proven without a doubt to yourselves and to your students that the Earth is indeed a ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space. It's an assumption. And you've come to this server, and we're now asking you to present the evidence, and you cannot. That's the problem you're having. So let's go back to that point. Okay?
Actually, I think the problem is that you don't really.
I would say that the main problem here is that we're adhering to the scientific method and natural science, and you are claiming something an experiment when it isn't, and it's pseudoscience.
I think the problem is a misunderstanding of the scientific method here.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Do you understand what is pseudoscience?
I think there are thousands of definitions of it, but I guess
there's one definition. Please look it up.
I think somebody just put it in the chat.
Yeah. What does it say?
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, and practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
Right, correct. So if you're not following the scientific method, that means what you're doing is pseudoscience. And what the focus pendulum is pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. You don't have an independent variable. Matter of fact, you don't even have the dependent variable, which is what you're supposed to observe first to see, oh, there's something going on. Let me test what it is. So this is just a contraption that somebody made and called it science.
Okay.
Yeah, pendulum doesn't have a proper variable at all.
Let me put it this way. We have in science, in physics, we have theories, right? And these many different ones from all over the place. Right? And these theories try to make predictions.
Yeah, they mean nothing.
And then we go into experiments and try to see if we can see these predictions. Right?
Read the citations I just posted. The scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirements of systematic experimentation. So if you don't have experimentation, you don't have science. So
but what I'm
not scientific. It's at all. It's just a religious tool of the globe cult.
Okay, now, how specifically is it not scientific?
It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Okay,
it simply observe and declare.
Okay, so here's the deal. I can say that the green grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tides. Now, that would be a silly thing to say, right? Because we can't manipulate the green grass and see if it affects the tides. But when you go into a new hotel room, right, you can flip every switch and see what switch causes what light, right? And science is never settled, so there might be a switch on the other side of the room that controls the same light, right? Do you follow me so far?
Yes.
When it comes to space, you don't have your hand on the switches. So all you're doing is looking at the lights and going, I'm telling you, I bet for sure that this light is caused by this switch. Well, we can't manipulate the switch in space, sir, so that's just an affirmation of your indoctrination. So it's only a logical fallacy, right? Which is a pretty big problem because the scientific method rules out other causes. So a caveman finds water boiling. He wants to know what causes the water to boil. So he says, maybe it's the heat. So he forms the first hypothesis. So he adds heat to water, it boils. He takes the heat away by manipulating the cause. He sees the effect and it stops boiling. And he,
right here is exactly.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Yeah. I'm almost to the point. So if you don't manipulate the heat to see the water boiling, you can speculate all day long at the hot spring. Maybe it's the fish causing the water to boil. Maybe it's my deodorant causing the water to boil. Maybe it's the moon causing the water to boil. But you don't know what it is until you reach the final stages of experiment, which is rigorous testing over and over again. Thanks.
So, when you assume, or when you make the first hypothesis to say that it's the heat that boils the water, wouldn't I be doing the same thing with Foucault's pendulum? I have observed the Coriolis effect on something small, then I derive the equations, assuming that the Earth is large, and then I make an experiment after Foucault's pendulum, and I actually see it rotating. No, isn't that exactly what you just said? Because in the fire, you look at
your assumptions, and you say, "Oh, that proves it. That doesn't prove it."
It's evidence for it. I never said this is gonna be 100% proven. It's evidence.
You started out with.
In Hank's example, he wiggled the independent variable heat, and it boiled. You never did that, so you're comparing apples to oranges again, and then through rigorous experimentation, you bring the pot to the top of a mountain, and it boils much faster. And you're like, "What's happening?" And you learn that pressure has a part to play in this. So you can manipulate that in laboratory experiments, and you see that this also affects it. But you cannot do that with your pseudoscientific beliefs about what the pendulum is doing. The pendulum moves, and you believe it's because of rotation, but you have no proof of that. You have correlation after calculating and assuming the Earth is rotating.
Yes, I agree with you. It's definitely correlation, and as we all know, correlation does not equal causation. So for this to be 100% right, we would have to do the same experiment in space, right? We would have to move a pendulum in space and change the independent variable. And this would actually be something very, very cool that we could do.
None of us can go to space. This is unverifiable sophistry. So this is not science either. So
why would that? Okay. Why can't we go to space?
When can you go to space? Next Friday?
Well, we need a rocket first. Oh, you would need a rocket first, or a really big balloon.
There's a problem with that. Experiment. Where's the control?
Oh, he said a balloon.
I also have
you can go not necessarily space, but you can go very high. I have a
problem with this because ESA and NASA both claim that the atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon, so no man has ever gone out into space.
The atmosphere reaches out beyond the moon.
Yeah, the exosphere reaches way out beyond the moon, so the air and all that shit reaches out beyond the moon. So,
I don't know.
You don't know what the NASA and the European Space Agency.
I guess if you say the exosphere, I'm not exactly sure how that's defined, but let's say the absolute vast majority of atmosphere is close to Earth. Well, whatever is the rest would be.
It's in a vacuum, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
How is it a violation of the second law of thermodynamics?
Because gas expands to fill the available volume. Can you show me
without any force applying to it
on the Earth where gas fails to do this?
Yes, I would just take a container of gas and rotate it very fast. The pressure at the edge would be higher than the pressure in the middle.
Yeah, you just debunked the globe.
Why?
Because your globe is supposed to be rotating and there's nothing holding the gas down.
Besides gravity.
The gravity doesn't affect the gases.
Why does gravity not affect the gases?
In all directions. They are not all going down.
Why is it not affected? Like if you go something very low, the pressure is higher than at Mount Everest, where it's very.
Yeah, that's. Have you ever heard of Charles's law, or how the greater the temperature, the more pressure, the lower the temperature, the less pressure? And have you ever heard that gas is generated at ground level and then recondenses above into clouds and rains back down again? So you have generation down below and removal from above, so you would expect a gradient within a container like that?
Drace, not only that, Drace, but he said he put it in a container. You're trying to make it without a container, bud?
No, wait. Let me go into this pressure temperature thing. I would have to actually calculate it to see if the pressure difference is accordance with gas laws. Like if you take the ideal gas law, I'm pretty sure you couldn't really modulate it as a completely ideal gas. But
what's the error margin on that calculation?
I don't know. I haven't done it. So it's difficult, but I would have to do it. It would be interesting. Take the ideal gas law, see the temperature of somewhere low that's possibly cold, like somewhere way up north, somewhere in Canada, and then take the same thing with the temperature at Mount Everest and see if the pressure difference is actually what you observed. This is also something you can do.
Well,
you don't even have to go to Mount Everest.
See the same pressure at the top of Mount Everest than in Alaska. That's not how it works, because you have the second law, gas mediates, pressure mediates. But because of you have Charles's law, and there's a relationship between temperature and pressure.
That's what I just said. Take this law, calculate what it does, and actually see what happens. That's what I said. I would be actually interested in doing that myself. You know.
I like that. I would love it if you did that.
Right. That's actually fairly simple. You just need a high mountain somewhere, get a barometer that tells you the pressure. I'm assuming that's
one thing to factor in. I think one thing that should be factored in while looking at this is vapor pressure or the humidity in the air.
That could mess up things. I guess you would have to do it somewhere dry.
Yeah, you would just take all the measurements you can of all the different variables you can to show the differences between the variables.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something interesting. And since gravity is an R² law and pressure is linearly dependent, I would not expect the same temperature to be. Actually, I'm not sure.
Well, there's also
temperatures.
There's also the gas generation at ground level. All gas is generated at ground level and then goes in cycles up and down again. So
something much easier. If you have a house at the sea level and have a house very up high and they're roughly the same temperature, room temperature that we physically heat it to, wouldn't, according to your theory, now the pressures be the same in both places? If it's just the temperature that's changing it.
No, it's not just the temperature. I told you many times.
What?
It's just one factor that plays into it, similar to how you need pressure also, or how pressure changes boiling, for instance. There's many factors that play into it. Just like when you look long distance, there's many factors that factor into that. It's just not just one thing.
What else is it? What else is there? Right.
Let's just gas generation. All gas goes in cycles up into the air. Gas is generated at ground level, and then it rises up into the air. It cools down, recondenses, and falls back down. That's called precipitation.
Oh, rain. Okay, I was confused. I didn't think about water, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so you do it when there is no clouds. Do this experiment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like we live in a dynamic system. It's the weather is constantly readjusting because of these pressure differential. As for instance, the sun heats an area, the hot air rises and creates a different pressure zone, and so the pressure makes the air move around.
Okay, but what I said was that at lower elevations you have higher pressure, and at higher elevations you have lower pressure. And you said the main reason for that is temperature difference.
I would say that's one of the many reasons that plays into that.
Okay.
The air composition.
So now you can make a super simple experiment.
The air composition is also different. The humidity gradient also is different. Therefore, the vapor pressure is also different. There's many things that play into this, and trying to point at one thing and ignoring every other confounding variable is very unscientific.
Well, not necessarily. I'm sure you can find two places that have the same humidity, which are very different in elevation. I'm sure those things exist. I'm sure we can do all of these things.
Yes. But the thing is, there's a humidity gradient. So the humidity is always going to be more down below, similar to the pressure gradient.
I'm sure that the Sahara Desert is definitely less humid than even the top of Mount Everest. So,
but that's also why in the Sahara, for instance, you can see really far because humidity, for instance, the humidity gradient has a big effect on how far you can see.
Right, but you just said that it's lower, it's going to be always more humid than higher, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I
even
can
in
definitely
the
find
desert.
places.
I think hang on, gentlemen. We are flogging a dead horse here. We're in the weeds again. Can we go back to proving the Earth as a spinning ball, which you have not done yet, Nico? You are failing miserably at this at the moment.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear this debate.
We went through.
Sure, there are occasionally there happen inversions. Occasionally, just like in the temperature gradient, occasionally there happen inversions. But the general trend is there's a gradient. But all of this is besides the point. Like Jin says,
Can we go back to where we were?
The globe.
Wow.
The thing is, for all of that, I would like to have gravity, so that's why I went into gravity.
Yeah,
which is my main point was.
Like I've said to you, gravity is an unproven theory. I have posted citations for that already in the live stream. So you can't have gravity. Okay, it's
I'm trying to give evidence for
Hang on. And then Newtonian's gravity has been superseded by Einsteinian. So you're in trouble already, and you haven't established that the Earth is a spin. Okay, that is spinning in the vacuum of space. You haven't done these things. You're moving up to other parts of this topic matter that don't concern us at the moment. We're concerned with you.
You're not concerned about gravity?
Hang on. As a physicist,
I'm confused.
How do you know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space?
And I went into gravity for it. I went into gravity for it, and you said that.
Sorry, that's not proving it.
I'm trying to use gravity.
It's been debunked.
I'm trying to use gravity to do this. So
your gravity has been debunked.
Density gradient
doesn't follow the scientific method.
You do understand that the density gradient is not an experiment, nor does it prove gravity.
It's evidence for gravity.
No. That is
you're inferring.
Once again, that is not evidence until you can prove that it's caused by gravity.
Yeah. And you're making an inference, and you're not being objective, bud.
Can you do an experiment on gravity? Physicists, can you do an experiment on gravity?
How do you mean? I can let an apple drop.
Can you experiment with gravity? Can you manipulate gravity?
Hold on.
I can make an apple drop.
You can make, or you let. Hold on. He said he could let an apple drop. Let me ask you this: are you proving gravity, or are you just doing a correlation?
I'm showing that
you're showing
the theory of gravity, with the mathematics and physics behind that it makes a prediction that when I have an apple that's 5 meters high and I let it drop, it drops, and it does that every time.
Okay,
which is evidence for it. It is obviously not.
You're inferring.
You're being stupid.
Again, stop. Stop. Please stop with the. Yeah, please stop with that. Don't do that again. You're still not doing any scientific experiment to prove gravity. First of all, right? All you're doing is making a correlation. You're doing math. I mean, I could make math about Superman jumping, how much force Superman needs to jump over the Empire State Building, right?
Absolutely, you can.
But does that make Superman real?
No, it absolutely doesn't, because
exactly
it
my
never
point.
happens.
Exactly my point.
Nobody has ever jumped over this.
Exactly my point. This is exactly my point. You're saying you're going to make some math.
Yes.
Right? To calculate what your assumption of gravity is doing.
Yes.
And say, okay, that's what's happening. But how do you know that the gravity is real?
Oh, what I'm saying is that I use this theory to make predictions about the future, and these predictions always come out to be true.
You're predicting nothing.
And that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter
because that's how we do about everything.
It will be 2023.
So I could predict that every time it rains, my unicorn farts and it creates a rainbow.
Right, and then you go there and you see that that unicorn doesn't, and therefore your prediction is wrong.
How is it that? I see a rainbow.
Again,
at what point did you go manipulate gravity to make your assertion that gravity is real?
Okay. Let's go back to the unicorn. Now I come along and say, hey, the rainbow doesn't come from a unicorn farting. It actually comes from water droplets, from light being diffracted in water droplets. And here's the mathematics behind it. And with this mathematics that I can describe. Oh, what? Mathematics has nothing to do with science.
Okay. Give me the scientific formula for what is that called?
My rubber tire.
No. It's an actual scientific theory. It has to do germ theory.
Germ theory, okay.
Germ theory is a scientific theory. Where is the scientific? Give me the formula for that.
I have no idea. I'm no biologist.
There isn't any, because science is not a mathematics.
No, but mathematics is a tool.
It is a tool.
Right.
It is a tool, but it isn't science.
Well, that's a very deeply philosophical question. If we discover mathematics, or if mathematics exists and we define it, it's a question if it's a language or not. But
mathematics is a concept. It's all abstract. Can you give me a piece of number 5?
Read this citation.
Is mathematics an effective way to describe the world? That citation?
It's at 41 minutes after the hour, Drace. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. Start there.
Physics is not mathematics. No, physics uses mathematics as a tool to make theories which predict the future.
Read
exactly.
Read the citation.
Right. But
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, hold on. Scientists use Bunsen burners. Does that make Bunsen burners science?
No, but it makes them a tool of science.
Okay, so it's a tool that scientists use, right? But it's not science. It's not natural science, right? It's math. So you went to college.
It's a tool.
How many math credits did you get for your science classes?
We don't do credits at my university, so I had to take math courses. I had to take 3 math courses.
You understand what I'm saying, right? You understand what I'm saying, though, right? It's a category error.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So math is science. Is that what you're saying? It's the same thing.
So when you're saying your car broke down and you're trying to figure out what went wrong with your car, you're not allowed to use, let's say, a wrench to open up a few bolts to see what happens. The wrench is not that's what I don't get. You see, math is a tool. We use it to make.
The thing is, when I told you math isn't science, you said what?
Yeah, well, math is a tool of science. That's what I'm getting at.
It could be used. This is
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the wrench is not a process of elimination. The wrench is not the process of elimination, right? It's not the method. It's not the method that the mechanic is using to diagnose the problem.
No, it's not. I agree with that. Okay,
so when you're dealing with science, right, the math isn't the method of eliminating all the variables. The experiment is. That's the whole point of science. That's why it's credible, because if you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happening right in front of you, you can be like 99% sure that this causes that, right?
Right.
So manipulate the moon's gravity and show me that it causes the tides. You can't do that.
No, but
not everything fits into the scientific method, right?
Okay,
you can't prove gravity because it doesn't fit into the scientific method, but our gravity, specific gravity, does fit into the scientific method.
When the car stops, or let's say you get into your car and you put the key in the igniter and you turn it. You say, you can make a theory that says, hey, putting the key into the car turns it and turns on the engine. So the key is what causes the engine to start. Now you could go around and short the car or do other things. So every time you can always... The key putting into an ignition is a predictor that does well for most cars and will mostly work for unless they're broken into or they're broken down or something like that, right? So this is all we do. We have a theory of reality, and we see if that makes predictions about the future, and we use those predictions about the future to then manipulate things in our surroundings, like build computers.
Okay, you
build
keep
cars and so
saying
on.
theory of reality. You keep saying theory of reality. It's not a scientific theory until it goes through the scientific method, right?
Well, not necessarily, right? You can make a theory about anything.
Maybe
It can
you
be debunked.
misunderstood.
It can be
Maybe you
debunked by
misunderstood.
evidence.
I'll ask the question differently. So, do you know the difference between a theory, like a layman's theory, and the scientific theory?
No, he doesn't.
I think so. I think so. So a scientific theory, I guess, you would say is something that has been proven by evidence, by experiment. Sorry, not evidence, by experiment. And other kind of theories.
Right. So you keep saying these words, theory of reality, when actually there's no reality involved until you do the scientific experiment, right?
Right. But what we do,
when you say theory like that, you mean colloquial theory, like an idea or like a story. But when we say a scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. So they need the experimentation, otherwise it's just a fancy idea, a story.
Maybe if I give another example. We have something called particle physics, right? And this particle physics has been working forever, and now somebody, let's say Higgs, comes along and says, hey, I have a new theory, a new mathematical description, and it makes predictions that make these and these slight changes to what we thought was before. And now CERN comes along and tries to show that the Higgs boson actually, it shows evidence that it actually exists. Now, that does not mean that the Higgs boson actually really exists. It could be something completely different. It just tells us that Higgs theory is the best we've got to describing reality. So I understand when you guys mean it's not provable. It's not provable.
But you're not describing reality. You're not describing reality, Nico. You haven't done that yet. Everything you've done is an assumption. You haven't proven your reality yet. I'm still waiting for you to tell me how you've proven that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You haven't done it yet. Okay? You haven't got anywhere near explaining it. And don't you think that's a bit surprising for a physicist? That you're not
actually didn't. I didn't think I would get anywhere here, so it's not surprising at all to me, because we have two very, very different.
Well, we're the ones sticking to the scientific method, right?
The thing is,
and you're the one who keeps. Hold on, bro. You're the one that keeps affirming things without any science to back it up. So yeah, we do have two very different views, except for the problem is that you're the one with the letters after your name, not adhering to the scientific method.
Well, I'm actually still working on my PhD, so but I don't have any letters. But the thing is, what you are describing is definitely the scientific method, absolutely. What I'm trying to describe is that we have a theory.
You're talking about science.
Scientists or... Yeah.
Nico, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
In current science today, Who is the authority for gravity? Is it Isaac Newton? Is it Albert Einstein? Or is it somebody else?
In science, there is no authority.
Oh my! Why is that? Why do you say that?
Science is when you get a scientific education.
No,
what you learn.
In science today, the current citation, the current authority for gravity today is Albert Einstein. Do you know that? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what you mean with authority. Nobody tells you what.
He's the current position. He defines what gravity is today. He tells us what it is. He defines us what. He tells us what causes it. Do you disagree with that?
I thought he died.
Yeah, he died. Well done for that.
The theory described by Einstein is currently for large enough spaces, so not anything quantum related. Is the
so
theory
it doesn't apply to
that
it doesn't apply to Earth, then, does it not?
We don't know how it applies to quantum mechanics. That's something we don't know.
Well, it conflicts with quantum mechanics, doesn't it?
Yes, actually, that's a problem. We don't know how to unify both of them.
But nonetheless, he is considered to be the current position in science, correct?
For the theory described by Einstein, for large enough... Okay, let's put it this way. We haven't seen anything that... for large masses... We haven't seen anything that conflicts with Einstein, right?
Well, it's not true because quantum mechanics conflicts with Einstein.
Large masses, large places.
Yeah, but you say that. You say that, and you're implying that the Earth is some kind of special pleadings case that it doesn't apply to, but it does. Just because it's in a different scale doesn't mean it doesn't apply.
The quantum level doesn't. It's
correct.
much smaller scale than Earth.
Agreed, but your position, your inference then was that because Earth has got different scales to it, it therefore somehow seems to be exempt from Earth, and it only applies in bigger scales, bigger galactic scales. But that's not true. It still applies on Earth. It is the current position today. I'd like to read you one paragraph from his theory of general relativity, from the section entitled The Gravitational Field, and I want to ask you a question at the end of it, so just bear with me for 1 minute while I read. Sure. Quote, if we pick up a stone and then let it go, why does it fall to the ground? The usual answer to this question is, quote, because it is attracted by the Earth. However, modern physics formulates the answer rather differently, not similar, differently, for the following reason. As a result of the more careful study of electromagnetic phenomena, we have come to regard action at a distance as, ready, process impossible without the intervention of some intermediary medium. Right, that's the end of the quote. In that quote that I've just read to you, he not only describes the current position in physics to be different to the older position, he also says that it's the medium that's causing the acceleration. He then goes on to say, the action of the Earth on the stone takes place indirectly. Okay? That means it's not acting on the stone. The Earth produces in its surroundings a gravitational field, which he previously referred to as a medium, which is the air that we breathe, right? That's what he's referring to when he says the gravitational field, which acts on the stone and produces its motion of fall. He doesn't mention that helium balloons rise. But if the medium acts on the stone, causing the stone to fall, and we know that helium balloons rise, it's safe to say that the medium also acts on the helium balloon, causing it to rise. But guess what? That makes it not the Earth that's causing it. It's the medium that's causing it. Can you see the difference between the position with Einstein in current science today that you're studying your PhD about, compared to what everybody else gets taught in school, and when they finish high school, they go away believing Newtonian principles, that is fundamentally different? Can you see the difference?
Yes, definitely.
Excellent.
I can see the difference.
Excellent. Would you agree with me then when I say that gravity is not a force in current physics? Would you agree with that, given the definition or what I've just read to you, saying that it's the medium that causes the acceleration?
It again comes down to a fundamental misunderstanding of physics and science.
Oh, so you think that Einstein misunderstood the science, do you?
No, I think that you do.
Really? How do you think I've misunderstood it?
Because Einstein, like Newtonian physics, you can still do the same experiments that validate Newtonian physics.
Yes, but in Newtonian physics,
evidence for Newtonian, show evidence for correlation towards Newtonian physics. Let me put it this way.
In Newtonian physics, the Earth acted on the stone. But in Einsteinian physics, the Earth does not act on the stone. It's the medium that acts on the stone. That is fundamentally different, and you agreed with me a minute ago.
Yes, I agree.
So how have I misunderstood?
What you misunderstand about how science works is you have...
I'm not interested about science working. I'm interested about what Einstein said and what you think I misunderstood. Please explain. How did I misunderstand his
What
word?
I'm trying to say is what you're misunderstanding is how science works. That's what I'm saying. Einstein's theory definitely invalidated Newtonian theory, but it doesn't mean that the things that Newtonian theory predicted back then are false.
So what you're now saying is that because you've got two sets of mathematics that give you the same results, so we'll say 2 + 2 = 4, 100 divided by 25 is also 4, because we've got two formulas that give us the same results, then we can interchange between the two formulas despite the functions being fundamentally different. That's what you're saying. So we can what's the word? Correlate.
No.
Not correlate. We can, what's the word? You can use them interchangeably. Really?
No. You can't use them interchangeably. But you can use the mathematics of Newtonian mechanics for the for the area within it where it was defined.
So you're saying that you can use them interchangeably?
You see the specific difference? No. You see the specific difference? There's a very, very, very fine difference here. The fine difference is that Newtonian mechanics describes is a description of reality in the same way as a painting is a description of reality. It is not exactly reality. It is not exactly reality, but it comes very, very, very close. Now,
so you're saying that
comes along. Now, Einstein comes along. No, just let me finish this thought, please.
Go on.
So now Einstein comes along, and let's say in this description, before it was a painting, and now he has a photograph, which is a more exact description of reality. It does not mean that the first one is not a description of reality. It's just a more coarse, more rough version of it.
No, that's a false equivalence. Newton would be painting an action on the ball or the stone, and he would be drawing arrows down towards the Earth, saying that Earth pulls on the stone. And then Einstein would be coming along with a density gradient measuring device, measuring the density gradient, and then claiming it's the medium that's causing the stone to accelerate, not the Earth itself. So they would be fundamentally different. We agreed on this 2 moments ago. But now you're telling me that one is a refinement of the other, yet I'm still the one that misunderstands it. You're the one doing the PhD in physics.
It's not a refinement.
So why did you say that the picture... So why did you compare it with a painting? Why did you compare it with a painting that Newton was painting, and then Einstein comes along with a digital photograph, if it's not a refinement that you're now backing away from?
Let me... No, because using the mathematics of Newton, we can still make predictions that are true.
Listen, everybody can see that you're weaseling right now. You're not answering the question I'm asking, and you're explaining something else instead. The question is simple, right? We agreed moments ago that Newtonian gravitation was different, but now you're describing them as similar because we can get a painting and make a photo. And you're also saying we can calculate Newtonians with Einsteinians, and they're both effectively the same, but they're not. They're fundamentally different.
I'm not saying any of that. What I am saying...
No, but you are saying that I misunderstand, and I don't misunderstand.
These two theories are fundamentally different. They describe things very fundamentally different.
Right. So when you said about the photographs being a refinement of the painting, that's not actually true, is it? Because that's a false equivalence. That's not what's happening. You've got a painting of a cow, and then you've got a photograph of a racing car.
Because fundamentally, what you're doing is the way you describe the way the first painting is made is by a painter picking up a brush, putting it in colors, and then painting. The other one is a completely different way of taking the picture. Taking the picture doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely doesn't matter.
It does, because you're saying we can calculate Newtonian physics and we can calculate Einsteinian physics, and they compare. So in that context, you're saying that the painting is equal to the photograph. The painting is of a cow and the photograph is of a Formula One car, and they're fundamentally different, aren't they?
No, the painting is obviously of the same thing. So they're both painting, or the painting is the same thing, and they're taking a picture of the same thing.
There's the problem. The
thing is, okay.
Picture are not the same thing. You said I didn't understand this.
No.
It's you that doesn't understand it.
No, the problem. What I'm trying to say is not. I'm not saying that that Einsteinian or Newtonian physics is what they are painting. What I'm saying is they are the methods with which they are painting.
Yeah, but you're still comparing them mathematically. Yeah, I do.
You
but
see
you're
the
still
difference?
comparing them. But you're still no. I understand the difference, but that would only be true if the mathematics were not being compared as the same. And you've compared the mathematics. You've not contrasted them like I did. So they're not the same thing.
So you're saying that? I'm
saying that Newton said the Earth acts on the stone. Einstein said the medium acts on the stone.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not similar, are they? They're fundamentally different. We agreed moments ago.
They're fundamentally different. Just like a paintbrush and a camera are fundamentally different. The same way.
Agreed. But what you're saying there only stands true if the mathematics was being contrasted, but you compared them. So what you're actually saying is the painting was of a cow.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Sorry, but the mathematics
because you're saying that. Because you're saying that the painting is different to a photograph, which it is, but because you compared the mathematics and you said that we were both the same in our world, what you're doing is you're actually saying that the painting and the photograph are essentially the same thing because you're comparing the mathematics. You should have contrasted the mathematics.
I'm saying that they show the same thing. I'm saying that they're showing the same thing.
You said it didn't matter what they showed. You said it didn't matter what they showed.
It doesn't matter what they're actually showing, if it's a car, a mountain, whatever.
Yeah,
as long as they're seeing the same thing.
If it doesn't matter what they show, forgive me, if it doesn't matter what they show, why were you comparing the maths where the answer is the same? Because that answer would be the same as the painting drawn or the photograph taken. But
the photograph is a much better quality than the painting, no matter how great the artist.
So then, when you're comparing the mathematics, you're trying to say that one refined the other.
No, I never said they're refined. A camera is a very, very different tool than a brush. They're not refining. A camera is not a better brush.
What you're doing is
fundamentally different things.
Two sides. Listen, the difference is Newton and Einstein are not the same. They're not. They're mutually exclusive. But because you're trying to compare them to a painting and a camera, and you're comparing mathematically,
they're not mutually exclusive.
They sound like they're supposed to be similar, and they're not. They're exclusive, not inclusive.
I don't see how you. This analogy is actually very, very good. I don't see the problem with this analogy. But sorry, guys, can you give me a second? I really need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Can you give me like 2 minutes?
I'll give way because I've hogged the mic enough. Yeah. Thank you for your patience, guys.
Sure. Sorry if things got heated in the end of it. Also, for having me on. I'll be right back.
All right. So I just want to point out that a lot of times we're debating things, right? And people want to say that Newtonian and Einsteinian is the same thing. One is 3 space and one is 4 space. So how could they possibly be the same thing? Because Newtonian is spooky action at a distance instantaneously, like pushing a pencil, right? If you push it at the eraser, the lead at the other end is going to move simultaneously. This is faster than the speed of light. Right, and with Einstein, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. So these are 2 totally different things. Plus, there's the 2 space or the 2 body problem with Einstein, right? So I think the problem is that all these pseudosciences explanations for gravity, that's what they are. They're just stories. They're eloquent, mathematical stories, but it's just mathematical poetry. As far as I'm concerned, it's someone's. Religion, right? It's their philosophy, okay? But with the specific gravity, you can prove it right in front of everybody. You drop an apple, right? It falls until it hits the water and then it floats, right? You drop an anvil, it falls until it hits the mercury and then it floats, right? And this governs everything except for birds in nature. except for birds and their little aerodynamic thing that they got going on with their hollow bones. Everything else in nature rises and falls through a medium, either from the buoyant force or the lack thereof. Thanks.
Buoyancy is not a force, though, but you were so right up until that point.
Well, tell me what word I needed to use instead of buoyant force.
Just more dense and less dense than its medium. That's all you need to say. Because if you say buoyant force, if I was being a pedant on their side, I would say buoyancy, so you're affirming gravity then, because you need gravity to be a force to get buoyancy. And I'd go, gotcha.
And then
but
I
if you
would
just
say,
say more dense and less dense,
prove it. Then I would say, prove it. Prove that I need bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, but then they'll just go mic drop. They'll go mic drop, and you'll not know.
I can't use gravity because specific gravity doesn't require their gravity.
Equilibrium of densities.
Yeah, you're right. But remember, when we're talking to these idiots, right, they're so brainwashed they can't see any other perspective as even a possibility. They just rule it out completely. So, like, the minute you say buoyancy, they know that that's a trigger word for gravity, so that if you say buoyancy, they'll just go, ha-ha! Well, we can avoid that just by saying more dense and less dense than the medium, and then they can't go, ha-ha.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I would say let them go, haha, but each to their own, we all have our different ways of debating. And I want them to say, gravity's involved. Exactly, specific gravity. That's what I'm trying to show you. Now you get it. Welcome to Flat Earth. Thanks. Please continue the conversation. Sorry for...
Well, we got to the point where my friend here was saying that I didn't understand science, and then we went through the differences and the comparisons, which there are none, between Einstein and Newton. Yet he still told everybody that it's me that doesn't understand the science, yet hasn't been able to come up with an explanation for why I don't understand it, but actually has demonstrated that no matter what I say to him, he's just going to not answer the question. He's going to come up with an explanation for something else instead, and fundamentally weasel and wiggle his way around it. The point that I'm trying to get you through to you is that Newton and Einstein are fundamentally different, yet you're comparing them with mathematics and images and photographs, making them sound like they're comparable, but they're mutually exclusive. That's the point I'm trying to get you to address. If they're mutually exclusive, why are you comparing them?
I think what it boils down to is the use of this all. So, as we all can hopefully agree with, is there is use to physics, right? We can build missiles, we can build nukes, we can build electricity, we can build cars, we can build computers. There is use to physics, right?
Yeah, but that's not physics, though. That's technology applying science. There's a difference between technology applying science and science. You're conflating the two. That's not.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I understand definitely what you mean.
Okay, now, go on, continue.
All of these things that we build are based, for example, the electromagnetic theorem of how, well, not new computers because they use quantum mechanics, but old computers using only Maxwell equations work, were built upon this theory called the Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism, right?
Yeah, go on, I'm listening.
Okay. The theory of electromagnetism. Now, there was a guy called Maxwell, and he was playing around with electricity for a long time. And he's a theoretician, so he actually came up with a theory describing electromagnetism. And then we used his theory and saw if it made predictions that we haven't seen yet in experiments. And then we looked at those experiments and time again proved that his theory, or showed evidence that his theory is correct. Now, I agree with you. This does not actually prove that
Forgive me, by extension, it showed that Newtonian gravitation, the force, the attractive force between masses that had a function squared over distance, it was that very reason that Einstein ruled it out, because it's like he described it was process impossible. So we know that Newtonian gravitation is not a force. We know that gravity is not a force. The Earth does not act on anything. We know that. That's the current position in science that you don't seem to be with. Yet I seem to misunderstand. But continue.
Yeah, let me continue with my point as before. So, because we can use electromagnetism the way we do, and it makes predictions that are true disregarding quantum events, we use this, right? We use Maxwell's equations to make predictions about how things work. Now, the same thing is true for quantum mechanics. Nobody actually knows what is happening down in the level. And I completely agree with you. This is not 100% proof, right? I agree with you that. The thing is, the evidence for it is so big, and science, physics, this way has worked so good that there's no point in disagreeing with it. You see what I mean?
It depends on what you're talking about. The evidence for this, you said. What do you mean when you say this?
Let me see. The thing is, I really understand where you guys are coming from. I really understand how.
I don't think so.
You said I didn't understand
the changing subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you do understand. Possibly. You said that I don't understand the science yet. I've explained to you the fundamental differences between Einstein and Newton, and we haven't really got anywhere yet other than you kind of agreeing with me, but then comparing them, and that's just not possible.
You can compare things. You can compare apples and oranges.
No, you can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not
say,
even in the same
both
geometry.
Of them are fruits. Both of them are the same size. You compare
you can't compare Newton with Einstein. They're not in the same geometry.
Why can't you compare? Okay, so why does the geometry of it? What does it make him incomparable?
Well, they're not in the same geometry would be one starting point. Another example would be Einstein's put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas
that was actually Maxwell. That wasn't Einstein. That comes out of the Maxwell equation.
Einstein put a limitation to the speed of light, whereas Newton said it was instant action at any distance. That was a fundamental change.
Yeah, but the speed of light. Okay, but that's okay. Okay.
So we can't.
I think actually my metaphor from the paintings is, I think, very, very close to how it is. Let's say there is something.
You were using the point you were making with the painting was that you get a better image from a photograph, which, although that is true, you're making a better picture from a photograph. But that's not what Einstein did. Einstein got a totally different. So it's like.
No, this is specifically the misunderstanding. Okay.
Go on.
Newton is one tool. Einstein is a different tool. These tools are completely different, right?
Yes.
I completely agree with you. A brush is completely different than a camera.
Yes.
Yet, if you tell a talented artist to draw a car that's standing in front of him, and you take a picture of the car that's from the same angle, the two results will be very similar, right?
I can agree with this so long as the painter is painting an elephant and the photographer is taking a photograph of a racing car. So long as there's two fundamentally different things that we're talking, because I don't want people to think, because I don't want people to think that you can compare a painting with a photograph and then be misled and go on to tell other people that because a photograph is higher quality imagery, therefore it's a refinement of Newton, because that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
No.
Yes, that's the problem though with what you're saying. It's too much of a convenient excuse to allow people to think that the photograph is better.
Why does the painter now draw something different than the photograph is photographing? I don't understand that. Why does one an elephant and the other one a race car? That I don't get.
Because let's just say the painter draws an elephant and the photographer also takes a picture of the same elephant.
Yes.
If you do that and you allow people to think that, then you are basically saying that Einstein takes the photograph, whereas Newton simply could only paint it because he didn't have the better. And that's not the position in current science.
I see the thing. You are okay. So I see the point. So you're saying because Einstein describes reality fundamentally differently.
Yes.
Newton now. But it's a tool. It's not reality, right? It's the tool that's the thing.
Yeah, we know that. We know it's not reality. We know what space-time is. We know it's a concept. We know it's based only in mathematics. And we also know that it's based in curvilinear geometry. We know that doesn't exist as well. We understand this.
Why
I don't get the analogy.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're okay. I just wanted to butt in just for a second and say I don't get why it's being described as Newton is, paintbrushing. Einstein is taking a photograph. That's not a good analogy. A better analogy would be like Newton is using a car from the late 1850s to go from Georgia to California, while Einstein semi. That's a better way to say it.
That's not better. That's worse. Because what you're doing there is you're comparing Einstein and Newton's mode of travel from getting from A to B, but just using a different vehicle to do it. But the problem is Einstein didn't go to B; he went to C. So the better analogy is they both got the same car, but instead of Newton going from A to B, Einstein's going from A to C, not B.
Right. Yeah, no, I can get you there. But yeah, like just saying it's a painting puts it too much into the possibility of somebody saying something was added to the painting that should have not been.
I'll give you a better analogy.
Correct. That's what you've just said there hits the nail on the head, sir. Well done.
Can you elaborate on that?
It used to be an ugly dog, but when Einstein took the picture, it was actually a man who was just really ugly and looked like a dog. They're not the same thing. They don't even try to describe the same thing. Like they're completely.
They are trying to describe the same thing.
Let me give you an example real quick. If you drop something, what happens to the object?
It depends.
Yeah, it depends.
Mostly it falls, but.
Yeah, but what is happening to the object? Is the object accelerating down, or is the ground?
That's usually the definition of dropping. It's
so the first.
But you can drop a helium balloon to the clouds, can't you?
Yeah, but that's like not really dropping, right?
But it's still not going down, though, is it? That's the point.
Dropping is a colloquial term, so it's kind of.
It is a colloquial term, but when you drop something, you let go of it, right? But if the helium balloon goes to the clouds, is there an attractive force towards the clouds?
No, there's a repulsive force of the. This is down a different rabbit hole. I want to stay close to Newton and Einstein.
So I was trying to give you one of the differences between Newton and Einstein. In Newtonian, which you kind of wanted to agree with, the object falls down and is accelerated down.
Yes.
Through some
and the Earth's up a tiny bit.
Newton doesn't even agree with himself and would not like this to be attributed to himself. But in Einstein, the ground is actually accelerating up towards the object, which is stationary.
No, that's wrong.
Yes. That is what Einstein's position is.
No. That's that kind
so it's not respectfully. It's not us that doesn't understand the science here.
Now you haven't proven.
No.
Yeah, you don't have your PhD yet. This is from Sabine Hossenfelter, who has her PhD, and she's contradicting you. So
everybody in current science contradicts you as well. You're not up to date.
Yeah. The problem is this is a depiction of it. This is not actually what Einstein describes. Einstein describes is that the curvature of the Earth.
The falling object is in the inertial reference frame and is not moving. He said the ground is the inertial reference frame is moving up towards it, kind of like an elevator. So
from the point of view of the apple, that's always true. That's even true in Newtonian physics.
Yeah, but what if you can't prove that? What if you can't prove the inertial frame of reference?
You can't prove any of this in the real world, can you?
Correct, because you haven't got that equivalence in real world to show.
You can't prove it in the real world.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Because you can't show anything from the inertial frame of reference.
Yeah. Come on. Haven't been able to do that. It's been 2 hours now. You've been at it for over 2 hours. You haven't done it yet.
Yeah. No, I mean, I completely do not expect to be able to convince anything here. I mean, all I'm trying to have is a fun discussion with you guys. I'm actually, honestly, I'm kind of enjoying myself.
Hold on, we're not trying to get you to convince us. We want you to provide science for your claim.
Well, it's not the same thing.
Just a quick question, NG. NG, just a one word answer. What is the radius of Earth? What is the size of the radius of Earth?
I don't know the numbers. I'm horrible at memorizing by heart.
No further questions.
Okay, there's the physics. There's your physics.
That
question. That question goes that question goes to in line with what's been happening. He doesn't know what science is. He doesn't know what gravity is. He doesn't know any of these things, but he's trying to defend them.
I don't teach you that in physics school.
He wants to get a PhD.
I would disagree with that, but that's okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect to get anywhere. I didn't expect to get anywhere. But...
Disagree with us, right? We just want you to address something. Hold on, Gus. We want you to address something that I brought up in our first debate, the first time I met you. Karl Popper, you said that Karl Popper changed his mind later on about the falsifiability being the cornerstone of the scientific method. And I asked you in a text message or in direct message to cite your source for that. Have you ever found a source where Karl Popper later on recanted about falsifiability? Did you ever find that source?
Were you talking to me? Or no?
Yeah, to you. In our first debate, right? It was about 3 months ago.
I was never here before. This is the first time I'm here.
Okay, were you not at the Wisdom Discord?
No. This is the first time I've ever done something like this.
Are you sure you're not that same guy who's half Japanese and half?
No, I'm not Japanese. I'm not Asian.
Oh.
No.
What are you talking about, Hank?
I thought you were somebody else. Okay.
No, it's okay. It happens.
Why are you acting like a Glober, Hank? Imagining things.
You know what? I had a bit of the pareidolia,
So Nico,
and I
can
thought
you
he was
see
the same guy.
Blimey. So can you see, Nico, as a physicist, you haven't been able to prove your globe at all, yeah? You're in your laboratories, you're in your classroom. It's all assumptions, it's all pretending. Nothing is real. You haven't substantiated your globe today. 2 hours gone.
I would disagree with that, but
You've proved nothing. Hang on. You've proven nothing. What do you mean you disagree? Where's the evidence? What evidence have you provided?
I disagree with the way you think about science.
How do I know? How have you shown me that the Earth is a spinning ball? How have you shown me?
I didn't show you anything.
What the scientific method is?
I didn't show you. Anything like that. I gave you an evidence. I gave you some.
Hang on a second. I leave my front door. How do I know I'm on a globe? How do I know that I'm on a globe now with what you've said today? You've said nothing that proves to me that I'm on a globe. Nothing.
That is, well, I mean, from your point of view, that's obviously true.
Nothing, man. Tell me. Tell me again. Tell me, please. Please tell me.
What shall I tell you?
That was my question to you was, how do you know without a doubt that the Earth is a spinning globe in the vacuum of space? You're laying your life down on this one, and you were laughing a little bit, but okay, let me go. I'm going to go with the spin debunked.
Well, I mean,
I can show that with the gravity has been debunked, mate. You haven't proven gravity. So hang on, you're talking over me. So basically,
I'm not saying anything.
You haven't been able to display, or present any evidence for your belief. You are believing in things, no evidence. It's all assumption. Your very words. The Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning. You need to prove that. You can't. Okay? Helicopters, reference frames, you lost it all. You've proven nothing. It's gone with the wind.
Can I just ask?
The thing is,
something?
Please go ahead.
You have the tag Globe Skeptic. So where does your doubt begin with the heliocentric model? Why not explain that?
I didn't give me that tag. I don't know why I have that tag.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that was given to me. That might be a Discord thing that was given to me when I joined. So I don't know if that's by default or
just to get you going.
Yeah.
So are you going to concede that you're unable to prove the Earth is a spinning ball to us? Are you going to concede to that point? You haven't done it yet.
Concede point.
I think you said has proven anything.
Because you added the to us in the end, I will definitely concede that. Yes. But
Can you then also concede that you don't have any experiments, you just have correlations and assumptions?
Yes, but these assumptions and correlations give astounding ability to be able to predict reality.
That's the
point. That's the exact point. Yes.
Oh, you haven't been able to do that because you've just proven anything in the last 2 hours.
No. Well, all I said is
assumptions have no basis in reality. They're not based
all I'm
in
saying
reality.
that my assumptions.
They don't follow the scientific method. Hang
all
on.
I'm saying
You're
is
still
that my
talking.
assumptions.
You're talking over me. You're not listening. You're not listening, sir. Your assumptions are not based in reality. Okay, so everything you've said is not real. They're just assumptions.
What I'm saying.
Prove the reality we live. So your predictions, listen, your predictions are not prediction because I can say next year is going to be 2023. Tomorrow is going to be Monday. I'm going to be 61 next year. What kind of prediction are you talking about? You're not predicting anything. Nothing you predict. You can predict nothing. Okay?
Thank you, John.
But that's not true.
Just a second.
How is that not true?
Jim was just telling you something, and he read my mind because I was going to ask you, do you know the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
Well, yeah.
Define it.
Prediction tries to tell the future, post-diction tries to explain the past, roughly speaking.
Not quite.
No,
roughly.
Post-diction predicts the future based on past events, essentially.
Okay, yeah, true. You're right. Yes.
Yeah, you only do post-diction.
That's not prediction.
You don't have any predictions.
Yes, but we have never seen it be false.
The arrogance. The arrogance of the man, honestly.
Why?
There's arrogance here now. Typical physicists.
Please explain how I was
assume everything. Prove nothing, assume everything, but
please,
yet
why are you mad at me? I have been nothing but nice to everybody.
I'm not mad at you.
Why are you yelling?
I'm not mad at you.
Please.
I am clarifying. Can we just agree on one thing?
Look, I found something
because
we can all
agree on. 2 hours now, and
you never felt the Earth move, and none of us here did either.
Fruitless.
So we all experience Earth as motionless. And guess what else? No one ever saw the curve, including you.
Thank you. Right. Exactly.
So we all agree with that. So now everybody's happy, right? You agree with that? We all experience it as
I have experienced earthquakes, so that the Earth is always still is not true. I mean, I give you for all intents and purposes. I've never seen the rotation of Earth. I've never felt the rotation of Earth.
So we all experience Earth as flat and stationary. Thank you, bro.
Correct.
Except when I did the Foucault.
Can I ask?
Then I saw the
again. The Foucault pendulum does not prove the Earth is moving.
NTG, did you shit yourself when you were in an earthquake?
Earth move, don't.
Oh, I almost did. That was so horrible, the earthquake. Oh,
yeah.
Man, I ran out of the house so fast. I grabbed my little sister and just ran because that was horrible.
How quickly did you detect that something wasn't right with the ground?
Oh, that was, I don't know.
Immediately?
Difficult, yeah, very fast.
As soon as the quake was strong enough that you could, of course, detect it. So.
Yeah.
I just like to point out. To think about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So can you then agree that the starting axiom for everyone is flat, non-rotating Earth, and that's just a base axiom you can have from your experiences? And then
but it doesn't make it true.
See
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That the Earth is moving.
So the Earth not moving is not true. Is that what you're saying now? So now,
just because it's your base axiom doesn't make it true.
It's because we experience it all over the Earth.
Is that what you're saying? Just because you experience it directly, it's not true?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, just because that is what you experience does not make that is the truth.
That's exactly what I asked you, and that's what it is.
There's a very specific difference. There's a very specific difference. Tell me this: do you experience aging? Do you experience?
Yes. Yes.
Right now, every day, do you experience aging?
Oh my gosh.
Do you experience your nails growing?
Yes, I do.
Do you feel it? Do you actually ever feel your nail growing?
I experience my nails growing.
Or is it just that when you're sleeping, that a goblin comes by and puts?
The answer to your question is yes, I do. Yes.
How specifically have you ever experienced it? Have you actually ever seen it?
How?
Have you ever seen it?
That question. Are you really going to ask me how I experience
from day to day? It's noticeable.
Are you really going to ask me that?
Yes.
A few days later, nails are shorter, so is the hair. What are you talking about? So it can be measured directly in a physical reality.
Fuck.
So you experience yourself breathing right now. Do you need proof that you're breathing? You are breathing right now, right? Are you asking for proof? Are you saying it's not true because you're experiencing it?
No.
Does that make any fucking sense?
Don't ask such absurd questions. Very unbecoming of a physicist.
So you're pretty much saying because you experience something doesn't mean it's true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is it doesn't make it the whole truth.
Please,
that's the thing, though. This is the thing. The claim is that it's moving.
Okay.
Your axiom is that it's stationary. So while they make a claim, that means they have to prove their claim.
Yes, absolutely.
And this has not been done.
I completely agree with this.
And you haven't done it yet.
Do you have proof of that?
No,
hey, I'm going to jump in just for a quick second, real quick. Hold on, guys.
Yes.
So, just one thing that me as an observer to this whole entire conversation, Jen, no offense towards you, but you sound very upset. And N2G has been very respectful to everybody.
John, it's fine.
Okay, all right. I was just wanting to say, stay respectful and nice to. That's it.
That's my method. That's my method. When they start to fail to prove and they start making silly, wild claims like, do you experience this? It's time to press home the truth. And that's what I'm doing now.
Right,
I'm pressing home the fact that this individual, for the last 2 hours, has been unable to present his case. And remember, this is the heliocentric model that is being taught across the flat Earth. And we're the ones that are getting the brunt of it. We're the retards. We're the ones that get the insults. Yeah.
Honestly, I very heavily disagree with anybody insulting you. I do not believe you are retards. I know. I just wanted to point that out. I do not think that you guys are retards.
Right.
And I always try to be a completely respectful person towards you guys.
All right, so great. Now, let's go back to the point.
I hope we can appreciate that.
Let's go back to the point.
Yeah.
The claim is still that it's rotating, that it has a sphericity, and that gas can exist without a container, gas pressure. So these three claims you still have not been able to show us any evidence of.
Address. Exactly. About the world.
Well, we did get at one point to something where we developed a way we could do an experiment with the pressures at different heights, right? You guys remember that?
Yeah, that still requires a container.
Exactly.
Right, but you can show that the pressure inside the container and outside the container is the same. Or what do you mean by container?
Meaning, in order for gas pressure to exist, there has to be a container for the gas to press upon.
Otherwise, you have no pressure.
Right. A gradient can exist with a container, but gas pressure cannot exist without a container. It's an antecedent relationship.
Let me think about this one. A gas pressure cannot exist without a container. Well, I would say that gravity is the container, but I think
Again,
that
it's not a force theory. So you're going back to that unproven theory that you've just been debunked.
We discussed gravity before, didn't we? We established that it wasn't that the Earth attracting the stone; it was the medium.
So it's got nothing to do with gravity, you see.
Okay, so not gravity.
Yeah, but in your mind, he can just say gravity for any of these things. It's a word on a piece of paper. He doesn't actually know what that actually means.
I take what back gravity. I say the curvature of space-time is containing the gas.
Wow.
So you think that's a blanket statement for things to happen? Sorry? You can just say gravity, and that will cause things to happen.
Hold on. So you said the curvature of space-time. So are you telling me that a concept could become real? How could a concept be reality or physical?
That's actually a very deep philosophical question.
It's not philosophical. It's actually because you're saying a concept, meaning the number 5. I could take a bite off of number 5.
No, but I would say that number 5 definitely exists because there can be 5 apples, right?
No, those are apples that exist.
Yes, but the number 5, the number 5 kind of does exist, right?
It does not.
There are 5 apples.
It's just conceptual.
The entity of 5ness is inside the apples.
No, that's just imaginary. You have the apples are there.
Thank you.
Now, that's the quantity. I think the quantity of it, right? It's just a descriptor of what we say. Well, there's 5 apples, but the number itself is conceptual.
Can I call you Elbow? Actually,
sure.
Yeah, right. So thank you, Elbow. I think this actually completely showed me where we disagree, or where we think differently is. The whole idea of, because 5 describes the amount of apples, does 5 really exist? Is it real, or is it just a tool, a descriptor? And in my sense, it is reality, but in your sense, it's just a tool. And I think that's the point, right?
Right, it's a descriptor. So how could a description of 2 concepts, the space time, right? How could it hold in gas? How could it become a barrier? How could it become a wall?
Well, because
just because
these no please. I'm talking slowly. I'm thinking while talking, which is weird.
Please, physicists, be careful now.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Yeah, I will. Right. So this curvature of spacetime is a descriptor of how massive objects are accelerated towards each other. Right? Is that fair?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Is it fair to say that it is a descriptor of how these things accelerate towards each other? Is that fair to say?
Is it actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Acceleration. What's the difference? Apparent acceleration is like Coriolis force, for example, would be apparent acceleration. Is that what you're saying?
The Eddington observation of 1919 demonstrated that there was an apparent acceleration of the stars because the sunlight was passing, the light was passing around the sun's mass, causing a gravitational lensing effect. But it wasn't an actual acceleration. But you said that 2 objects of large enough mass will accelerate towards each other. Is that actual acceleration or is it apparent acceleration?
Because of their 2 large objects. So they're compelled to accelerate towards each other.
I would say it's actual acceleration.
You'd say it's what?
Actual acceleration, not apparent. Actual.
So Newton's first law of motion states that for an object at rest to accelerate, a force is needed. But we know that gravity is not a force. So you're either in violation of Newton's first law of motion, or you're wrongly ascribing an actual acceleration when it should be an apparent acceleration. But you can't have it both ways.
Exactly.
You
see? Debunked again.
That's a good point, because that is the significant difference between the tool of Einstein and the tool of Newton.
Correct.
Right? The tool of Newton says that a force must exist. A tool of Einstein says it's not a force, it's curvature, something else.
Or it can't be actual acceleration, can it?
Why?
Because an actual acceleration requires a force, and we know that Einsteinian said it wasn't a force between masses, it was the medium effect in the mass, and we know with the Eddington observation of 1919 that the acceleration was apparent. So either way, it's not a force.
I don't know that Eddington observation, but
well, you should, because it showed that Einsteinian gravitation was not a force. It was an apparent acceleration caused by gravitational lensing of the medium, the curvature of space-time.
General relativity didn't... When did general relativity come out? What's it, 1919? Really, that
1915? 1915? Eddington was 1919?
I thought it was later. Okay.
Eddington was 1919. LIGO also proved it, because LIGO detected gravitational waves.
LIGO definitely proved it. That I know.
Yeah, LIGO said to prove gravitational waves, which is caused by a curvature of the medium because the curvature of space-time around the Earth is causing a slight differential in the dilation of time as these two things are in the things, right? The two light photons are in the thing. But the point is, it's not an actual acceleration in real world. It's an apparent acceleration. So when we see things that seem to be moving, it's not, unless gravity is a force and Einstein's wrong, they're not actually accelerating. So when you said that two masses attract each other, that's not true. They don't attract each other. They may seem to, but it's not an actual acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration.
Oof, this is a
contradiction.
That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I like this one. I think you would have to go into how forces are defined in Einsteinian mathematics, and that I'm not sure.
He doesn't define gravity as a force. He defines it as an effect. So you don't have to define forces with Einstein, because he's not talking about forces. He's talking about effects. For forces, you need a force. You need an interaction, a push or a pull. But we're not talking about that with Einstein. We're talking about the effect.
Yes. So
force with Einstein was the uneven distribution of mass, was it not? Which is an attribute of matter.
Uneven distribution of mass. Why? You lost me there.
That was the definition in Einsteinian gravitation. It was the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
So the uneven distribution of mass is not a force, is it? It's just an attribute of matter.
The uneven distribution is definitely an attribute of matter, but the effect of this uneven distribution of matter acts as a force.
No, it curves space-time, which we perceive as an acceleration, but it's not an actual acceleration. So in other words, there's no actual acceleration, there is no force.
But there is an acceleration.
There's not. There's an apparent acceleration because of the curvature of space-time. The geometry is curving around it, and we perceive it from our perspective as an acceleration. It's not an actual acceleration because you need a force for that, but gravity is not a force. So then we're left with the paradox of, well, how is the containment of gas being created by gravity?
Well, it's not being contained by the curvature of space.
Get lost.
Right?
It isn't. All you're doing there is you're applying the new explanation because you don't have an explanation for the creation of the pressure. You're just applying the curvature of space-time. It doesn't cause any actual acceleration, so it doesn't stop the gas molecules from vanishing into space. You need a force for that, and you haven't got one.
But why couldn't the curvature of space do that? That's what I don't get.
Because it would have to curve by 180 degrees.
What? Why?
Because the gas molecules are coming back to us, aren't they? They're not escaping. So that they're acting as a container, they're going to have to bounce off the container, come back towards Earth. Well, that would mean
if it was 180 degrees curvature, we would have infinite mass. That's a black hole. by definition.
I was just going to say that would be a wormhole, wouldn't it? Essentially,
black hole, not or wormhole. I don't know.
Wormhole, because you can go all the way around the thing, or you can cut through the passageway in the middle. But the point I'm making is the real world explanation is we must be contained because we've got gas pressure. In the same way that there must be a cow if we've got steak. You can't have a steak without having a cow. You can agree with that, right? You've got to have a cow.
Wait. Let me go back to this 180 degrees. What do you mean by this 180 degrees? It just means that locally at Earth, the curvature of space-time is higher at the surface than it is at higher up, right? That's all that we need.
Acceleration.
You're using something you've never seen, touched, tasted, smelled, experimented with as a proof.
No, I'm using it as a tool to describe what it is.
Yeah, but I have tools.
Okay,
I have tons of tools.
I completely agree with you. This will not.
My tools.
Yes. Okay.
Space curve. That's just words.
It's mathematics.
That's all it is.
It's mathematics.
Yeah, right. A language.
Space-time's not going to cause the gas molecules to turn around, actual or apparent. The deviations are tiny.
Okay,
even
here's back to the
yeah. Your opinions and beliefs are not gonna have an effect in gases and entropy and all that kind of stuff.
Well, entropy maybe, but not gases.
Okay. Hey, hold on. Unicorns exist, and I'm going to prove this to you, and I'm going to show you my math equation showing you that unicorns exist.
Okay.
And if you don't believe me, you're anti-science.
No, that's never what I said, right? What I said is
that's
that
what you're doing.
You're using the existence of. It all boils down to how we see the difference. For me, the tool that we use to describe reality is part of reality, and for you, that's not true. And I'm completely okay with that. I'm completely okay with
link that tool to reality somehow. Like if I was to tell you I proved unicorns exist because of my tool, my math, but I've never shown you the unicorn. How can I call that reality? You cannot call that reality unless I actually physically show you the unicorn.
That's the point. Yes, I completely agree with you.
No.
I completely agree with you that for
but no, yes, but no.
For what is reality? NG. Eyes, please. Okay.
I just want to man, I'm listening.
Well articulated. That was well articulated. It's true.
Yes, let me completely true. For me, the tool that describes reality.
Are you familiar with talking about descriptions of reality? Are you familiar with any of the gas laws?
Yeah.
Which is the accurate position? Do we have a free expansion of gas law, or do we have a directionality of gas law?
Free expansion of gas law, I would presume.
We have the free expansion of gas law. Now, given that we're supposed to be in a gravitational field, and given that we do have vacuum chambers, wouldn't it be reasonable to think that there might be a directionality of gas law, given that we're in a gravitational field? But not just a directionality of gas law, a supporting experiment demonstrating how there's a directionality of gas law. Yet in real world, there are no experimental demonstrations of a directionality of gas, yet we are in a gravitational field, and there's a free expansion of gas which supports what we say. Does that not bother you in any way?
Only if your system is small enough. I think if your system is, if you make a chamber that is big enough, you can definitely show that the pressure is
how
lower.
big and when will it start going against the laws of nature? How big does it has to be to go against the laws of nature?
Depending on how sensitive your instruments are. So it all comes back down to this whole pressure thing, right? Let's say you have a...
Guys, I have to interrupt. Sorry for interrupting. Please forgive me. This is the second time he's done this where he said that there's different laws for big and large things. So if I can direct your attention to the live stream voice text, please, at 49 minutes after the hour. If someone could read that for me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll do that. The laws of physics are always quantum mechanical laws. You don't have separate laws for big and small things. The real question is, how do these very same laws, when applied to big things, by big things, mean the things that you see in daily life give the impression that the world is Newtonian? And then it's Professor Shankar, University of Yale.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm using tools to describe mathematical tools to describe what happens. Now,
but we're trying to get you to tell us how we can breathe.
These tools, are not reality. I definitely agree with you on this.
Misnomers. It's a misnomer.
Thank you for admitting that. That's all we were doing, is that you were saying you're using this tool to show reality when you just finally admitted, which I applaud, that it is not reality. It's just an explanation or a language or mathematics. It's me telling you there's a unicorn showing you a chalkboard.
Right.
Well
but
articulated, and thank you for your honesty. At last.
The difference is that the unicorn theory does not describe reality very well, but the physical theories do.
No, I can give you the dimensions of a unicorn. I can give you how long his horn is on his head, how tall he is, what color.
Misnomer, man.
Yeah.
What is a misnomer? What is a misnomer?
You also misunderstood. Sorry.
Saying what is true in the microcosm is in the microcosm unicorns.
You're cutting out, Balmod.
Was that plain and
Can you say that again, please?
Out.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to understand you.
To say what is not true in the microcosm is true in the megacosm, or what's true at the microscopic level begins to be not true after you build it large enough out of these building blocks. It's an incorrect description of reality. It's no
right, and there's no way to confirm it.
Unicorn,
right,
or demonstrate it, so it becomes Newton's. So it's Newton's flaming sword from this point. What can't be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate.
Yeah, the
Isaac Newton.
The unicorn theory gives you the same mathematical, or gives you math, and then that leads to the same results. So you can't choose based on the results.
We got pictures.
To give you the same one.
We got pictures of unicorns.
Well, we're making ground here. You actually admitted that it's not reality, but you continue to use it as an argument to describe reality. So you're saying there's a link between your tool and reality when there's no way to demonstrate that.
Improper description.
So
yes, I would definitely agree that it's an improper description. That is absolutely true.
This is a common ground we need to both stand on to proceed forward, right?
That's right. That's right.
So I mean, and then instead of arguing,
descriptions of reality are not accurate.
Right.
Yes,
so instead of arguing about the same thing, we move forward with it. And then so your next step would be, I admit that the things I believe to be reality are not testable, repeatable, demonstratable. It's just purely theoretical, and I believe in it. And if you say that, we will respect you. Just like when a Christian says, I believe Christ lived. I don't know, but I believe in my heart that Christ lived. Right?
Yeah.
And I respect them because it's a faith, they believe in it, and it's their faith.
It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy. You believe in a fantasy. That's fine. As long as you can admit that. But don't say your fantasy is real in our world, because it is not
provable than.
But the tool that I can use this tool.
The tool's a description, and the description is not accurate.
Please don't say it's not accurate. It's actually not accurate.
You're using an 8mm.
It cannot be accurate.
Listen, you're using an 8mm on a 10mm bolt, which won't even go on the bolt, man. I don't want to hear tool again. It doesn't make it scientific.
Yes, it's never real.
That's That's a very false way of describing what I'm saying.
It is not a false dichotomy. It's a true absolutely true dichotomy, and I would say you have a remedial level of academic achievement if you think tool will make something sound scientific.
What is the tool?
I can describe it as a word.
Here, I got a tool that you can use that includes mathematics.
You use the turn of phrase to describe something you can't demonstrate in experimentation. So what does it matter?
I got your tool right here, globe head.
It's like a word used out of context. It's no longer proper and defined. So it's no longer coherent or cohesive. It's gibberish.
So how exactly would you define a tool?
I'll give you a tool.
A tool.
I'll give you a tool that is...
Guys, can we stop interrupting? Battlemon, please.
I know. It's a specific thing for a specific job. That brings in the analogy.
So there are no all-purpose tools? You can't have a wrench that fits multiple things? Right? You can have an adjustable wrench that does multiple things.
Not one that works good.
Not perfectly, obviously not perfectly, but it does a very damn good job at it.
Listen, and you think your wrench is a good wrench, but you're not a mechanic and it's a piece of shit.
Yeah, but
now you're just grasping at straws, dude.
Now it does the job somewhat.
Now
and then next
just
theory
grasping
makes
at
it better.
straws. So you have an approximate tool. Listen.
Yes,
it's not
absolutely.
A tool.
You have an approximate tool. That's the whole point.
It's a description.
That is the whole point.
When you're misnomer is a specifically used at specific use. It's an improper description. So how is it a tool? What's the tool doing? Improperly describing reality. What are you fixing? Tools are made to fix things. Fine-tune them. Oh,
right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't make it any greater than a philosophy or a colloquial theory, dude. You're talking gibberish and you're trying to make it sound scientific. I'll let you continue to try, but it's annoying.
I'm sorry that I'm annoying you. I was actually going to say that I'm somewhat enjoying myself here, and I hope you guys somewhat enjoy having me here. But
education.
Yeah, we enjoy having you here. Yeah, that's why you're welcome.
But you haven't
You're
proven
welcome
your
back.
case yet.
Oh,
no, I haven't proven my case.
Listen, guy, this appeal. Listen, that's an obfuscation of the point. You're appealing to feelings when you should be directly addressing your tool that's not specific for the job. It's more accurate than your word.
Yeah, you should be in earnest proving your globe, and you haven't done that yet.
Jen's a teacher. Jen, you're a teacher. Can you get some honesty out of this guy?
Yeah, I was talking to him.
Jen,
I've been pressing him home. I've said to him that he hasn't established or substantiate his globe, and he hasn't done that now, moving on for 3 hours. So please try.
Damn, that's long.
What I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, your words aren't the proper tools for the job, so we seek demonstration. Truth is known through demonstration. Facts are demonstratable. The natural scientific method is the only way we can know truth. So take your description, make it into an experiment, and demonstrate your premise. Otherwise, Newton's flaming sword, dude. It's not worthy of debate. Bullshit.
That's it.
Yeah.
I know it's laughable to you, but listen, we're tired of arguing fallacy with remedial people.
3 hours. So you have admitted that your tools don't prove reality, and that was a great step forward. Now you've got to say to yourself...
I admitted that my tools are not reality. I didn't admit that my tools do not prove reality.
Well, that's what you agree to.
That's all we need.
What tools do you use that do prove reality then?
You keep trying to appeal to it.
Yeah.
I have a tool that describes something. For example, how Newtonian mechanics describes how a ball rolls down a slope.
Is that tool mathematics?
Obviously, this does not prove that everything about Newtonian mechanics is.
Does it prove that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space with curvature?
geometry.
No, but actually, if you expand that to Kepler's laws, if you expand this to
hold on, Nico. Sorry, Nico. Hold on. I asked you, how do you know
a ball rolling down a hill on Kepler's laws of planetary motion?
So we use Newton, and we are able to describe
how
things.
The ball rolling down the hill is analogous to Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
Exactly. So that then can get expanded to describe planetary motions.
Would you mind if I changed the word when you said describe? Would you mind if I said that the word that you really should be using is correlate?
Here's the thing.
Oh, it describes it. It's a tool. It describes it. It's a language.
Correlates. Correlates.
It describes it.
Because the answer, when you do your sum, the answer then correlates.
No, I would still say it was described.
Listen, bro.
Because math is a language, remember? Math is a language. And what does language then describe?
It's abstract. That's the bit that you're missing.
Description
by definition, it's abstract.
I can't understand anybody. Sorry, there are too many people talking
I'm
at
going to
once.
mute you, dude.
Who else is talking? There's only me talking.
The battle mod?
I'm going to mute him here in a minute. I don't have to fight. No, it's not. Can you not hear me? Oh, I kind of seen it the other way. Listen, a description isn't a demonstration of fact.
That's
Next
true.
attempt, please.
Right, that's true. I agree with you. A description is not
people that give you these long-winded bullshit arguments. Take the fallacy and keep it in your fairy tale, but bring demonstration to my scientific lobby. Thank you. Otherwise, don't stand on it as an appeal to factual reality. You can't build a concrete reality out of abstracts. You're using every abstract man has, that man's created, to try and build a concrete reality. Two abstracts don't equal a concrete. Two negatives equal positive.
But can't we take our abstractions and try to build, try to describe? Can't we take our abstraction and try to describe what reality is with it? Isn't that the whole point of what we're trying to do?
Listen, I have a degree in mechanical engineering, so I know we can describe everything, but that doesn't mean we can apply it in reality, okay? What I'm asking you...
Isn't that what we're trying to do, though?
Can you take me? Excuse me, it's rude to talk when other people are talking. I'm about done with the being nice shit. Can you demonstrate it to be a fact? Or are you going to concede that it's just an abstract theory? Colloquial version. If you can't demonstrate it, if it's not backed by experiment, it's not even scientific. It's just a colloquial theory. Newtonian physics only works on a small level. It doesn't work on a planetary level, even though you can use it to describe motion on a planetary level. It will not equate to an absolution with math, and you want to go to math. Give me an absolution for a fucking 3-body equation, and don't give me an answer or the explanation or a description. Give me mathematical absolution, please.
So first, I apologize for talking over you. You were cutting out a lot, so I didn't know when we were actually done talking or not, which makes it a bit difficult. So please don't feel attacked by this. That was not my intention. So now for what you said is,
dude, can you leave feelings out of this? I'm not mad. I want a specific thing. I want to get to a specific point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accurately demonstrate reality. Everything else is a non sequitur.
So you can try.
Can you prove gravity and listen? Einstein, the new rhetoric is space worked by math. Right? Newtonian is a force, but in effect, you need a force for two things to attract each other, like magnetism. So you experiment and make this reality, not mass attracting mass or the warping of space-time. Neither one of these can you demonstrate to be a reality experimentation with a natural scientific method. You can only postulate. Postulations are not concrete statements about reality. Facts are concrete, and they're demonstrated. That's what
the problem is that
science is
I'm sorry,
about,
you're still talking.
not about talking long-winded till everybody says, I'm tired of hearing you talk, I'm just gonna fucking agree. I am. Sorry, I just don't like, I don't let people go to places they can't build. Either consider it's not reality or just in your mind. Newtonian mechanics to work. You'll find no absolutes in the equation. You need faith and belief sign to be a reality. And then he's only a reality in your faith and your belief in your mind, in your mindset, your dichotomy. Belief. It's more religious than Christianity. Christ. It requires
I'm
more
sorry.
faith too.
You
Faith
went
that men
on
are honest.
such a rant.
They give two shits about you.
Whatever.
There is no rebuttal to it, dude. You can't demonstrate it to be a reality, and you know it. You're trying to think of a way you can wordplay or
I'm not trying to
philosophically
wordplay anything.
obfuscate applicable. It's not a functional or an applicable reality.
That's it.
Don't need Newtonian physics or gravity and structural engineering. We don't need it in mechanical engineering. And we don't need it in application of an engineering process on Earth. It's not applied. It's theoretical. And not even at a scientific level, at a colloquial level. Because you can't back it by experimentation. Scientific experiment is required to be backed by experimentation.
I feel like at this point, we would have to just, as one says, agree to disagree. I don't think this is going anywhere anymore. And this, I don't think this is really going anywhere. I'm sorry. I really enjoyed me being here. I really enjoyed me being here, and I hope that we can talk also about other things. And but I don't think that this is going somewhere, and I hope you guys don't ban me because I do like being here.
If I may be allowed to say this, Nico,
cannot demonstrate any form of.
I can't understand you. I'm sorry. There are too many people talking.
Nico, can you hear me? I must be muted. Sorry, I must be muted. Okay, can you hear me, Nico? You took a long time. Yeah, Nico, you took a very long time to get to nowhere. At the end of the day, you didn't prove anything here. Well, but you did one thing. You did admit. Hang on. You did admit that the tools you had did not prove reality. You said that, and we got that live recorded. You actually said that. The young man articulated it clearly and concisely, and you agreed. Okay, and that's a fact. The thing you want to do is now ask yourself the question: how do you know the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space? How do you know this in reality, and how can you prove that? Because you haven't done it yet. Okay, and that's what you need to do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I know that you're leaving. I just want to say one thing. You said earlier on that I didn't understand science. Yet you're studying a PhD in physics and didn't know the radius of Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, I have Google. I don't need to memorize that kind of things.
Hey,
I'm
Nico.
sorry, but that's pretty. That's I'm sorry, but that's just complete.
Hey, Nico.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Now that the room's kind of quiet down, so I gave my example of the unicorn and me proving the unicorn by showing you mathematics on a chalkboard, and we got that common ground. You admitted, yes, it's not reality; it's just a tool. Well, what I want to do is you kept calling it a tool even after the fact. Someone posted a tool. So this is a mathematical formulation based on the size of Earth as claimed. So this is a tool. This is a tool that has mathematics. So just as you were describing, and this is something that you can actually use, go out into reality and use this tool and test it to see if the tool works. Right?
Yes, I would presume so, yes.
Okay. So many people have done this, and you can do this. Anybody can do this. You can use this tool, and you can go to various places on Earth and use this tool and test it and see if this tool matches reality.
Mm-hmm.
So this is an example of a tool that we can actually use to test. And my question is, have you done it? Have you looked at anything or anybody who has done it? And what are your thoughts?
I mean, I have used Newtonian mechanics a few times in experiments I did at university, but obviously I've done much more in-depth experiments in quantum mechanics, which uses the same
Can you give me an example where you used Newtonian gravitation or Newtonian physics?
I'm trying to bridge the tool with reality. So what I'm trying to do here is offer the bridge that goes between
the specifics on how.
I'm not sure what to do. So many people
reality to the tool, and there's a bridge that connects the two.
Yeah. It's a fair question.
And that bridge would be the experiment. So what experiment have you done, the bridge, experimentally to prove that your tool is actually useful in describing reality? So I gave you one tool here.
Yeah. I used Newtonian and by a bit more derivation Lagrangian mechanics to describe the double pendulum, which I then built and let run, and it correlated very closely to what
energy.
Correlation is not causation, right? So it's not an experiment, not a demonstration of Newtonian science.
I was able to predict it using the tool of Newtonian science.
Yeah, but there wasn't an experiment there, was there? Prediction?
Post-dict, as you have described before.
Specific.
Yeah, but predictions are not part of experiments, are they? You need the experiment. Predictions, what? So what did you predict? A correlative calculation? Is that what you predicted?
No, I showed that.
Is the law of conservation... Just mute this motherfucker.
Hey, Battle, your microphone's really messing up.
Conservation of energy is in the mechanics of Newtonian physics. It's a law, a statement.
I don't understand you.
My internet is.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't understand you.
You are cutting out battle mode.
What I'm saying, all I'm saying is that I can use this tool to make predictions that I can observe.
Hang on, keep calling it a tool. It's not a tool. It's it's an abstract calculation.
Yeah.
Okay, I can use this abstract calculation.
The real world, the reality, the curvature, the spin, the globe, in the vacuum of space. It's not. You haven't done that yet. You haven't displayed. Otherwise, I'd say yes, well done. The Earth is a globe. I would be saying this, but you haven't done it yet. That's the point.
Actually, well, it's using Newtonian mechanics that predicts that the world is
the deflection of a pendulum.
But that's
there we go again, predicting.
Right.
You don't predict nothing.
Wait. Can you explain to me how Newtonian mechanics predict the deflection of a pendulum?
Yeah, you have to go through angular momentum, and then again.
You said earlier, I heard you saying that you have studied quantum mechanics, which at the moment I kind of doubt if you go along with Newtonian mechanics, because in quantum mechanics we have superfluid liquid helium, opposite liquid flow, frictionless flow.
Yes,
so
you do.
This liquid can flow in two opposite directions without encountering any kind of friction. It is a frictionless medium. It means that if you spin a propeller inside it, you will be generating no current. You cannot push yourself from it, which completely demolishes Newton's laws of motion.
That I'm not sure
I'm sorry?
about because if you spin a propeller, this liquid is only frictionless in 2 dimensions. It's not in 3 dimensions, and spinning a propeller always uses 3 dimensions. This liquid is only frictionless in 2 dimensions. It's not frictionless in 3 dimensions, right?
So You're telling me that this liquid doesn't have a zero viscosity and is not a frictionless medium?
This definitely violates Newton. I completely agree with you there.
Well, why does it violate? Is it because Newton's laws of motions are not actually true? Or
They're
what?
Not completely accurate.
Not completely accurate.
Describe reality
can
very,
you define
very well.
you define what it means, this term, not completely accurate?
Yes, I can define it. So Newtonian mechanics
not reality.
Can describe Newtonian mechanics is able to describe reality as a language. It is able to describe reality within the confines of its assumptions, right? So if you have a ball on an inclined plane, if you have an apple falling from anything, if you have Mars orbiting Sun, almost perfectly is described by Newton.
Yeah, I want to see an apple.
It is not perfect.
I want to see an apple falling from a peach tree.
You can put the apple on the peach tree when it falls, right?
Yeah.
Jojo, this is actually a very cool experiment.
I was kind of sure you were going to say
I want to ask N2G why I can't measure across water and lake not see temperature. This is a very good experiment. You should do it. Definitely. John, go ahead. Please do it. Please do this experiment. Make it large enough.
The pendulum.
Make it large enough.
About the pendulum. Why, if I glue two opposing magnets, if I glue them together and use them as the weight of the pendulum, when I swing the pendulum, it will not deflect sideways. It will just swing from left to right, and it will maintain that direction. Why does that happen?
I don't think that's true.
Well, it is. And
do that experiment. Please do. Please do.
I did it. I did it.
Post it in here.
I did it. I recommend you do it yourself.
Can you send me a video to it? Did you do a video about it?
He just keeps
I don't make videos, and what I just told you is something very easy, which any person that has two magnets in their homes, they can perform this.
So
if you think you don't have two magnets, take any old head. If you have any old headsets, you can find inside them two small magnets which you can use.
So what exactly do I need to do?
Yeah.
Ask you a question. Did he demonstrate gravity or Newtonian physics to be a reality by subtracting mass, since we're using Newtonian physics without Einstein? Did you prove that to be a reality or concrete reality yet?
I never said I am. What I said I am is I use it as a description.
Oh, I know. I was very specific about we're looking for a concrete reality here that is demonstrated through experimentation like science was meant to be. Not for long-winded professors. We crush them daily.
Yeah, I myself can create a formula which you can perfectly calculate the powers of Superman, and it will work perfectly on paper. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not hard to equate motion, bro, once you've observed it.
Hey, N2G, got a question for you, buddy. Because this is something I can test physically in front of me. I've been trying to jump in here for a while. So, I live on a lake in Georgia. I actually have a straight shot of land water. So, water is to be exactly 100% flat. And they tell us that how they're a curve. So I can sit there in a 3-mile shot, and I can put a stick in the water and mark red, do different color pieces of tape all the way from the very bottom to the top of the stick. Doesn't matter. And I can go and set up a telescope, my camera, that's a 200 millimeter, as well as my own eyes, and set it up to where it's just a foot off of water. Now, the mathematical numbers that they give us says that in a 3-mile shot should be about 1.7, okay? 1.7 feet. When I go to do that with a telescope, I'm able to see well below 0.7. I have yet to actually find the curve. So the more powerful my telescope, the more further I can go out. So even when I'm out in the ocean, I can check a boat app to see how far away a boat is from me. And when it gets to, these ungodly numbers of over 10 miles to where they're like supposed to be like well beyond drop behind the curve, I can still see them with my binoculars that I use or with a telescope. So those are actual experiments that I have put my hand on. And if anybody ever says that, oh, well, the telescope is, something that you bought, I could make the damn telescope, So that's what I get at, is like when I hear someone that wants to prove a globe to me, prove it with an actual thing that I can go outside and do something that, more so something that you've done, so I can go back and improve it. So that's all I want to say. So, I mean, by the way,
I have only one thing to say about correcting you, and that is not an experiment which you have related, but it's actually an empirical observation which you did. And it's empirical.
Okay,
it's fact.
Yeah. Just something that we can actually go out and do. I don't get in plates, but thanks, Jim, for correcting me. But whatever it is, like I want to actually see something that is proof. Like they say that water, that for a globe, water goes around there. Show me how I can do an experiment for water to attach to a globe perfectly like that, and it stays yet level all the way around for body. Like those are things that I see. So I know that I spoke a lot. It's something to digest. But yeah, if you got anything like that to where I can go outside and actually observe, test it, whatever you want to call it, I'd love to hear.
So two things. The first thing about the visual over the lake. You should definitely. You said that you did it. If you did try to do it again, use the whatever numbers. I'm not good at remembering things by heart. Use the numbers of Google of the curvature, and actually make sure that you're at sea level on both sides, and also maybe factor in because light does bend over moisture because of diffraction.
No, wait. I'm sorry, but you claim that you are an educated person.
Yes.
And you are saying to us that light is bending? What the hell are you talking about?
Light bends all the time. Look at the glass of water.
Light is bending there.
Light is bending there.
Light does not bend.
Look at the glass of water.
Light is not steel.
He's talking about refraction.
I'm talking about refraction.
Refraction, my friend, is a change in the angle of propagation. It is not bending nor curving. It is a direct change, sudden, at an angle. It changes at an angle.
That's exactly what I mean. That's specifically what I mean.
That's not bending, man.
It's just words.
A lot of small bends over a distance can definitely be seen as a bend. I mean,
no. You misunderstand the term bending.
Okay, so a metal
you cannot bend freedom, you cannot bend space, you cannot bend 10 minutes.
A metal is made out of a bunch of atoms.
Because they are
a bend is nothing. A bend in a metal is nothing more than a bunch of atoms, a bunch of tiny angles inside the atoms, actually creating a whole bend. Isn't that the same thing?
Is the time atoms? Is space atoms?
Sorry, what?
Is light atoms?
No.
Is this what you are telling me? Yeah.
No.
Because steel is atoms.
This is absolutely false. This is absolutely false.
Light. Is it made of atoms? Is space made of atoms?
No.
Then you cannot bend them.
But wait a minute. What is a bend in the metal? Wait, come on. I let you talk so much. Please give me a chance. Okay?
Go ahead.
A bend in the metal. We have a metal that is straight, and then we put a bend in it. Which means if you look at it microscopically, there are atoms next to each other, and the angle between two atoms changes in tiny pieces in each place of the thing. So the bend is made out of tiny angles.
This is bullshit what you are talking about.
How is this wrong?
Metals is not atoms put together. Metals is crystallized atoms. Yeah? Atoms form atoms. Listen, atoms form crystalline structures. They crystallize. And when you bend metals, you are deforming these crystals, not the atoms.
In the end,
there is no but here.
That's not what I said. That's not.
Yes, you did say that you are changing the atoms. You're not changing any atoms.
I'm changing the angle between.
No, you're not changing any angle of any atoms.
But that's what you said. You changed the crystalline structure. What is crystalline structure? Anything else but the angle and distance between atoms. The distance doesn't change in the bend.
Form crystalline shapes.
Right. And what is a crystalline shape?
They crystallize.
What is that? What specifically is that?
It is a solid state of matter.
Which can be described as the angles and distance between atoms, right? So, you take this angle and distance between atoms, and now you make a bend. Now, the distance between atoms doesn't change, right?
Tell me what angle is between two atoms.
Well, it depends on your crystalline structure. Depends if it's how exactly it's made up.
How can you have a diamond structure with two atoms? Yeah, show me that.
You can't have. You can have a diamond structure with a bunch of atoms, with a lot of atoms.
How many?
Well, at least as many as make one unit cell.
Yeah, what's the minimum? What's the minimum for a diamond structure?
A diamond structure, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's around. I think it should be 9. Atoms can make a diamond structure because that's literally the definition of a diamond structure, right?
So your claim there's been tons of long distance observations is dude just described at his lake that he lives on, and then your first response was refraction or light bending, right? Now,
well, I mean, that can be a factor. I don't know if that's a factor in this case, but it can.
Hold on. It's just that's what comes out of the mouths of, I'm not down talking you at all, but people like you, when these things are presented, this is what they go to. This is their go-to every time. Now, this go-to has never been proven. What I mean by that is how would you go about proving that this thing that we're seeing that we should not be able to see is in fact refraction or light bending and not the actual object? So I hear this claim all the time without proof. And then it's a bunch of words and then arguing back and forth. But show me that the stick with the tape is actually being refracted and not the actual stick.
I said you have to account
He doesn't even have the ambient conditions.
Right. I don't know the conditions. I just said that you might have to account that.
You cannot.
Why can't you account for that?
You know why?
and it's not
this. No.
I will tell you. I will tell you. I will tell you now. I will tell you now.
Because it's a fluid medium, it's not consistent. But
because
it's
you
not
don't have
to go with that without seeing proof.
Mike, only one second.
Can I please answer?
Listen, because you don't have phenomena which and any kind of deep type of refraction which can extend the horizon. You know, that doesn't exist.
That too.
Can I talk?
That's the number one point.
Did you hear me? What did I say? You don't have phenomena, type of phenomena, refraction which extend the horizon.
Correct.
Can you?
What Sasha said is very correct.
Will you address or obfuscate the point when you do? You know you get to
my
talk.
point.
The question
thing
is whether or not you'll address.
The
whether
thing
or not
is,
you will address
diffraction is proven. We can
not diffraction.
Not diffraction.
We can prove diffraction.
Not diffraction, refraction, man.
It's the same thing, just a minus sign different.
No, it's not the same thing.
It is not.
Can you tell us the difference between refraction and diffraction, please?
My claim is that it's diffraction. That's
no.
Effect.
I ask you to define the terms. Both
diffraction.
Of them. Yeah. What is diffraction?
Diffraction is the. I need to Google what it is in my native tongue.
Please Google it. Please Google it.
Oh
yes.
my God!
How do you make a claim of what something is, and then have to go and Google it?
Okay. Can it? No?
So diffraction is it applies to an aperture. If light's not delivered through an aperture, then it.
I'm reading now. Diffraction is the spreading of waves
Snell's
around.
law is what I'm going to. Right, Snell's law.
How spread out will light become after it goes through an aperture? Yes, you meant Snell's law doesn't apply to refraction. There's not two isotropic mediums. There's one there too.
Yeah.
Water
the same question. Same question for you. Can Snell's law Can Snell's law extend the horizon?
Is when light passes from one isotropic medium to another.
Yes.
Can that law extend the horizon?
So first of all, the angry guy was yelling at me.
Occurs, but you only have one medium.
Snell's law can happen because there are water droplets in the air, which is two different things.
Okay, great. Can that extend the horizon? That phenomena.
Walk past that.
Can that phenomena extend the horizon, please?
Hold up. Outside of my name again. I'm not angry guy. I'm battle mod. If you don't like the way I talk, don't tell me what mood I'm in or how I'm feeling.
Battle Mod actually told
you're not me, you don't
the
know.
definition for those
and
terms.
I'm not the one.
Yeah.
Oh, he left because I'm muted.
He got touched. Man, is this what PhD means lately? Yeah, Battle Mod. This is what PhD means lately. To be capable to use Google.
He's not a PhD, okay, because with a doctorate of philosophy, you know.
Oh, he studied.
On his defense, he said he's still not a PhD.
Would actually
he's working.
Yeah, he's.
He did not. He obfuscated every point given to him. He came back with a non sequitur. The talking
That's what
point.
they do.
He's not the dude. He didn't demonstrate an academic level equal to a philosophy degree, or even someone working towards one. In my opinion.
True.
I agree. He did that since the beginning of the conversation.
He doesn't even use Words specific to the usage and definition.
Yeah, like a diffraction and refraction are the same thing, but let's look what is on Google. What is the diffraction? I know what is diffraction and refraction; they are the same thing. But let's look what is on Google. What is diffraction?
I got a question for his physics teacher. I want to know what the escape velocity would be from the Big Bang if you calculate all the material that we can see in the universe and the 95% of the material that we can't see. How deep would that well be, and what kind of escape velocity would an atom of hydrogen have to get past that gravitational pull or gravitational well, as they say? I would like to see that. Just one helium atom. What kind of velocity would it have to have? I'm betting it's faster than the speed of light. Since they like math so much, I want to know.
He left because he got muted.
They'll disprove the speed of light. So that's something they can't do. They'd have to find a way to wiggle around it.
Hey, Hank, by the way, that N2G guy is gone.
Oh, no, but usually when people leave here, they stick around the YouTubes for a few minutes to see what we say about them because they care what other people think about them.
I understand.
Yeah. I would love to hear a physics professor answer that question. So if you're a physics professor...
I really wanted to know what he had to say about I can sit there and still see 1 inch, across 3 miles above water.
I realized 10 questions ago that guy wasn't going to address any question you gave him.
Well,
conceding anything.
I will.
He wasn't having
the only thing he conceded.
wasn't having an honest conversation.
Yeah, I think the only thing he conceded, which I'll give him that, I'll give them when the credit's due, that when I brought up the example of I'm proving that a unicorn exists via my chalkboard in mathematics, and he had no choice but to say, yes, I get it, it's not reality. But then he goes back to saying it's a tool.
Yeah,
you have
he
to bridge
it, not reality.
Yeah.
And then he appealed to it for 20 minutes, and it was allowed. We need to start a debate. We need to start a debate class because you don't allow people to appeal to shit that they just conceded, man. Come on.
Right, that's right. Exactly right.
In the beginning, when we started talking to him, he was much better in making concessions, but he still tried to jump to the next topic, and we just racked him there, and then he jumped to the next one, and then I think he started losing a little bit of confidence, and so he just started getting more and more trolly.
And then he brought up diffraction to explain away what the dude was saying about the lake observation, and he didn't even know what he had to Google it, so he used a word to try to explain away what dude said without even knowing what the word meant.
I don't even know why he went
anyway,
to trying to prove that point.
That he mentioned the tools were not helping him prove reality was a stroke of genius. It was good, and that's what we take from this. He admitted that he could not prove it.
I wasn't here for 1 hour. Does he look into
diffraction will mathematically equate how a beam of light spreads out through an aperture. Refraction is scattering and absorption.
Yeah, my question is, does he look anything about evidence? Anything about
the equation of attenuation? Sorry, Jim.
Well, I can wrap it up and explain what is actually going on with him. He's been to this educational system where he has been given stories and he has been told these are the world's facts, unquestionable facts. You do not need to perform any experiments because we have already did in the places where you can never go to or reach, and that is the imaginary realm, which these priests operated and built this religion.
That's why they always push the argument to space, because nobody can repeat it or demonstrate it.
And they like their predictions, you see. They like to think that they can predict. They like to predict things, you see, but they're not predicting anything.
But
post-prediction is
the only thing they do is post-dictions about lunar and solar eclipses, But if you ask them about the eclipses which are not visible, because when you study the Saros cycles, there are solar eclipses taking place at nighttime. So, because it's happening at nighttime, it is impossible for us to see it happening. By nature, it makes sense and logic. It's logic. But the Saros cycles, they do show us that they are happening. And also lunar eclipses in the daytime. But you will not see the moon in the day sky. It will not be visible. But this Babylonian science, it tells us precisely that the moon is in the sky there, but it's not visible.
But
and
listen,
you will not see it.
If you are physics, man, if you are physics and you get the point about math for sure better than others, and then you watch the example of Black Swan or whatever, and look at the math, you will realize faster than me, in the moment what is going on, If you're physics, you will realize in the first moment what is going on. You don't need to.
Exactly. Yeah.
I also want to point out Hank's question. It was a very good question. Like, how did this matter accelerated after the Big Bang? It should be moving with speeds faster than the speed of light. And the problem is when we talk about such things, we are going into the tachyons realm, and in theoretical physics, because that's where these imaginary particles belong to. The tachyons is the particle which we call actually time. What we experience as time, or what we call time, they say it's a physical particle, tachyons.
Imagine that.
It's like a river flowing, and you can take control of the flow of this river.
You can scoop some up. You can scoop some and drink some.
Where is gravity in that pocket? You have Big Bang, and now you have in the Big Bang, it's a gravity inside, ready to how to say to deliver in the space, and the gravity is not the same everywhere. It's different. And that Big Bang, how to say, spare. I don't know to use. It's everywhere. It's function, how it's and speeds and everything. Big Bang arranged everything that function good. That is incredible. That's. Everything is rotating. Everything is in speeds. Everything is functioning so perfect. You have sun 400 times bigger. You have Big Bang made that we can see the same size. The moon and the sun, but it's not that. He made that it's 800 or 400 bigger. That doesn't matter. Big Bang made that. Can you imagine?
Yeah, and what went bang? What was the
listen
bang
this.
That went bang? What was that thing that went bang? What was it?
Well, how did he went bang? There was no.
It was explosion.
There was no
from nothing,
air.
you know, explosion from nothing. In that nothing, it was gravity inside, ready to go, but not in the same, how to say, rate.
Yes, big bada boom. Right, Sasha? Big bada boom.
Yeah, but from nothing. Don't forget that. Not big boom from something, from nothing. And that big bang made the order, not chaos. You know, from
It's your
the only explosion, Big Bang, the only explosion which made the order. All other explosion making chaos.
Well, the problem is that at air pressure of 10 to the minus 17 torr, they tell us that you do not have sound propagating. If you talk, you cannot be heard by anybody because there is no air for the sound to propagate through, no matter. And with the Big Bang, they say that all the matter, like the visible, the 4% or 6% of the matter which we physically quantify, plus all the invisible matter, dark matter and dark energy and all that, which
and
is
Big Bang made
96% of it. All of that was squeezed into a very tiny little bead, the size of a sewing needle, the tip of a sewing needle, you know. Yeah. And that went bang. But to go bang, it had to happen inside a gas pressure because you don't have sound without air, at least.
Well, I think
So
the
they
Big
say the
Bang is
gravity
modeled.
holds-
I think it's the term the Big Bang. I believe in the Big Bang. So over 30 years ago, I'm not going to say the exact number. My mom and dad had the Big Bang, and here I am. So
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the Big Bang, and then you're a tadpole going through water.
And look at this.
How do you know it wasn't a little bang?
Look at this clever Big Bang making water only on the Earth and nowhere else.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta
Soviet
screen
Rush.
piece the truth in your lies to make it more palatable, so that it resonates more. So those different key parts of the Big Bang are true in general as far as rebirth, but so it rings.
Can we say that Big Bang made Earth somehow special because of?
Now, in Soviet Russia, Bing Bang you.
Big Bang.
So if we were to, since we're talking about the Big Bang, and mainstream accepts the conservation of energy and motion, so once the Big Bang happened, wouldn't the universe have to continue moving at the same speed from the initial bang?
Yeah.
And if so,
I was thinking that
and
too.
if that's the case, how do we?
No.
Just let me finish.
Slowing it down.
And
No,
if that's
it should have slowed down. If you look at any explosion,
it depends of space winds.
The shock wave, the further it propagates from the center of the explosion, it decreases in intensity.
So no medium,
but that's
a shock wave with no medium
environment. So that's like within a pressured environment in which the Big Bang did not have a pressured environment. What did it explode into?
Yeah, there's supposedly no resistance, so it should maintain its momentum.
There's nothing to slow it down at all. So conservation of energy, if we go with all that kind of shit, that it should still be going at the same speed at the initial explosion, but then thousands of years we haven't seen any parallax in the stars. still to
Well,
this day.
you are trying to visualize, for example, like electricity or electrons, between inside the electric field, where you have the two Gaussian planes. You need two Gaussian planes, positive and negative charges, yeah. So you can have this electric field in between, where the electrons, they do their stuff there, and you are trying to visualize all these things that the electrons are doing without the Gaussian planes. So I mean, that's where the electrons exist, between Gaussian planes. If you don't have those, then you don't have electricity, I mean, duh.
Yeah, there's no way to make it coherent. Their whole story is
Yeah.
incoherent, and it can't be made to be coherent. We just marvel at the individual inconsistencies, like he just said.
Right.
If there's,
It's just like
and that's
you
why
will.
I brought that up, because
It's just like
that
you
last
will be
dude
taking.
was also he was talking about space-time, which is Einstein, and then he was going to Newtonian mechanics, and he's bouncing back and forth when it suits his argument. Like, which one is it? It
No,
can't be both.
he said on the beginning that Einsteinian gravity is like somehow update on Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, Einsteinian gravity means that your feet are older than your head. That's what it means, and that's what it says.
That's how time flows. Which direction does it flow? Because I want to know which way to piss. Because I don't want to piss upstream.
I want to point out to Einstein gravity saying that the Earth is moving up at 9.8 meters a second. Isn't that bullshit that the Flat Earth Society is always saying?
Yeah.
Correct.
But when people hear that bullshit and they go, "That's not right," oh, that's Einstein. Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah.
Bro, you guys gonna walk past how deep that is. He said he didn't want to bada boom, bada bing.
But it's also interesting that with Apple, always Apple is in the hand, but where was Apple beforehand? Maybe on the floor, maybe on the table. And then when you take that apple from the table, you are moving that apple through the medium what is less dense than apple. Does people know that?
Yeah, if Newton was sitting in a pool of water and the apple fell and hit his head, and then landed on the water and stopped. Now what? Where's the force pulling the apple down?
When would we get to the 10 miles away? Quick, go.
You broke up, Battle.
Actually, Newton, when he presented this work about the theory of gravity and the laws of motion, the academicians asked him, "How did you come to this calculus and these conclusions and this theory? What were the steps?" And
well, that's why I wanted to bring up when I brought up the Big Bang.
Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish? Can you let him finish instead of jumping in the middle of the sentence? No, just wait for him.
He wasn't able to explain, so he came up with this example of the falling apple from a tree. Because he knew he's talking about a down vector. He did not knew to explain it eloquently like the scientists of today who studies these laws of motions and physics and stuff. But he did not knew because he stole papers from Leibniz. And Leibniz was working, researching on mathematical equations and physics equations and also alchemy and stuff like that. Yeah. But Leibniz, there are some papers. There are some papers where Leibniz was explaining what he was actually truly searching for, and it was something big. Yeah, and Newton was just a plagiarist. That's all he was.
In these competitive sciences, if you see a promising researcher, just steal their work and get famous before they do.
Yeah. Because he stole those papers, he couldn't explain what's actually truly going on there. But he saw this, the theory of those equations, which are called the theory of gravity, force, and stuff like that. And when he tested, he saw they pretty much fit reality. And in his time, he wasn't able, he did not have sufficient knowledge to debunk that theory. It was very plausible in those times.
I just think that it's charge separation essentially. Stuff goes up to its proper layer in the, charge layer up, down, floating. It floats when it gets there, or rises or descends until it does so, unless it's supported or held back. That would be the closest thing to quote unquote gravity I would, imagine.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that statement.
In those times, to have a compass, to own a compass, was not easy. A compass in those times, a magnet, it was like owning a quantum computer today. It was not in every man's reach in those times. So
most people, if left unaided, would not cobble together some sort of gravity theory. It just doesn't come naturally to the mind when you look out over the earth anyway. When you look out over the earth, you tend to imagine a flat plane, not a ball.
Yeah, and up and down are just so fundamental. There's no reason, you have no prerogative to look deeper. There's up and down.
Well, how far down we went.
Well, I mean, it's like breaking the will of a human being in a very fundamental way. Like if you had somebody in a blank room, you're like, all right, I'm gonna craft this person into my slave. Maybe I'll teach him a story that I'm his god or whatever it may be. There's only so many ways you can break somebody's will or condition them.
Yeah.
But they're basically like, okay, I'll take his up and down. Like something that fundamental and make him second guess that and break his will. So they're on a very, very fundamental level. They have broken people's will, where you literally don't know you're up from your down now. Now you have to delegate your trust and thinking to someone else.
You take away their independence. And when you have common sense, you can easily have independence of thought. When it's so esoteric and so, ivory tower theoretical, you're highly dependent on ascendant masters within the academic tradition to tell you how to properly think.
Exactly. And they did it on the deepest and most fundamental and direct level. Your literal worldview and experience. Simply being born on this earth in your experience, they've attacked that.
This mathematical mysticism allows them to enslave others to their way of thinking. Nope, don't think independently along those lines. Don't find the answer for yourself. Listen to us. We are the ascendant masters that give you the wisdom.
Exactly.
And I can give an example in my own personal life on what you're saying right now. Because I remember years ago, this was when I was in my teen years, I remember many times standing there watching the sun, as the sun's like setting, and in my mind I'm convincing myself the sun's not moving, I'm moving away. The sun's not moving, I'm moving away. And I was like training myself. I have this distinct memory of doing this multiple times.
Yeah.
And then it also brings up another memory in my teen years. Somebody asked me, how does a space craft travel in a vacuum? And I remember thinking about it for like 5 seconds and saying, oh, well, it pushes off itself. I had no fucking idea what I was saying. I had no clue, but it just came out of my mouth.
Rationalized it.
Yeah.
Yep. You
rationalized I have real world working memories of that.
Yeah. The problem is that even if you take a vacuum chamber and inside you place a magnetic levitation bearing and you start spinning it, there will be almost zero friction with air because there is almost no air inside the vacuum chamber. So that bearing should be spinning for indefinitely, but it does not. They do not, because simply the magnetic field actually creates a sort of friction, and it will come to a rest at some point. It will not spin forever.
Even in what we call a vacuum, one could theorize that something is left over. I would call this the ether, but I guess there's other terms for it. Quantum, what do they call it? The 0-point energy field or some other name for it.
Yeah.
But it looks like there's something left even in the vacuum providing friction for this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then, like you said, once they break people's independence and will, now they have to latch on to an authority figure.
Yeah, then you explain away as the what I just said about my stories back in my teen years. You go inside of yourself and you just say the dumbest shit to try to justify it to yourself and explain it away.
Yeah.
You're reconciling it. You're taking two different worlds and reconciling it together so that you can function.
Yep. Right.
That's why religious people are so difficult to reach on this topic. Like my parents, for example, are both pastors. But throughout the years, they've wrestled and struggled with these things about creation in the Bible and all this different stuff. So they've already prayed about it. They've actually reconciled it within their own hearts and their own selves. So now when you come years later beating on those walls, they're like, no, hell no, I already reconciled this. Like you're tugging on strings that they do not want tugged on.
Yep.
And it makes it even harder.
Yep. Yeah, once you've put yourself into a box and you've closed the box, people do not want to leave that box.
Yeah, they're like, I've already worked this out.
They have some sort of... That's right. They're comfortable in that finding, and they're good with going on through the rest of their life with that. Because people, for whatever reason, need to think that they know the answers. When most flat earthers I've talked to are okay with not knowing something. Like me. I'm good with it. I'm fine. I would rather go to my grave not knowing something than believing a lie.
Yeah, or to stress about having to have all the answers because you're never going to anyway.
You're not.
So why
Right.
stress about it?
Correct.
It's better, like you said, to put yourself in a frame of mind to be prepared for not knowing everything.
Yeah, man. I take the quote from. Yeah, that's why I take the quote from Bruce Lee: "Be water, my friend." You know, it can form and mold to whatever container it's in. It becomes the cup, right? So
instantly.
Or how about the good old? You're thinking too much about this. I mean,
Water pressure, gas pressure, voltage containment.
Yeah.
You're thinking too much.
Oh, my bad. Let me think less.
Right. You know how you automatically try to justify it in your mind, right? That's what they mean. Like, stop thinking too much. Just fill in the gaps with what they've told. You know what I mean?
And then they go to other people.
Thinkers. They want workers. They don't want people that can think and possibly overthrow them.
Yep.
So they just need worker bees.
Yes, exactly. Yep, exactly.
And they let others do the thinking for them. So they delegate away their thought process.
Specialization, compartmentalization. The experts say this, so I'm going to stay in my lane, in my compartmentalized lane, and not think out this.
It's very effective too, because it's broken people's will in their brains to the point where it's so bad now to where they can bring down entire towers at near free fall speed, not free fall, but near free fall speed in the middle of a giant city, and people go, "Oh no, that was airplanes." It's like, dude, like, did you not see that the entire building crumbled to the ground? Like, oh well, I'm not a building expert. Who am I to? It's like, dude, do you not have eyeballs? Like, come on,
well,
man.
you don't have to rely on your senses, right?
It's okay to think about some things.
So you could show them the study that was done in Anchorage. I think it was Anchorage, Alaska. Fairbanks, Alaska. The college there, they released their study on like September the 3rd, and it was a 4-year comprehensive study of the World Trade Center. And the results, if you read it, it says it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the structural columns in Building 7. And this is, not indicative of a fire. That would be a, progressive collapse. So for the people who still think planes brought that building down, they're insane.
But that's the expert. So I'm saying you don't have to be an expert for some things. Sometimes you can just say, hey, that was a controlled demolition, and I don't need to be a fucking expert. You know what I mean?
Or you could also
about how people's will is broken.
A bunch of dudes and
I got a headache. Like, are you an expert? Just flip it the other way on them. Anytime they say anything simple, be like, yeah, right. Like, you're an expert. Get out of here.
You know what I find funny is the same people that deny the science of 9/11 and all of the buildings and everything else will go to the same science to use as their proof for this, that, and the other. Right?
Yeah. And the same, some of us flat earthers do the same stuff.
The same laws
science
that they.
And we'll go back to the other science and be like, well, look, we read this in Google and this on Wikipedia and this in the thing, and so what? It's still the same bullshit. So
It's useful when they want it to be, and it's not when they don't want it to be.
You don't understand how complicated was the technology to demolish those buildings, the VTC. They use oxyacetylene welding, cutting technology mixed with thermite. So they had that thermite powder, injected inside this oxyacetylene blowtorch. And
I was going to say, they probably have something.
This is burning so hot, and it's not that it's just burning very hot, but it actually spits these particles of molten metal and whatever sand it is inside it, in that mixture, like tiny pieces of rocks which are molten state, like the lava coming from volcanoes. It's very hot, but it's also sticky and very high temperature. And only this kind of thing can melt concrete. It does melt, it cuts through concrete. And the steel, metal, it cuts it like a hot knife through butter.
Can I be heard okay?
In any case, you don't need to be an expert to know.
Well, how do you make steel, guys? You heat up the fucking metals and you put them together at a certain temperature. So it would only make sense to just separate it like butter the same way you put it together like butter.
Yeah.
Take that to the steel builders and talk to them about that.
Off subject for a second, but that guy earlier was trying to say that light was bending for the lake. I don't get why, but anyhow, because I was using a stick to see with. But the thing that I just did is I literally took a balloon to where the friction on and rubbing on your hair will bend the water. We can see that. But I'm holding a laser down. I made a video of it, so y'all can go check the voice, chat, text, whatever it is. You can look at my videos, and you see that the laser never freaking moves. It stays in the exact same spot, and it's going along the water. So I don't get why they think light bends. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill anything y'all were talking about.
Because
water is curving and that laser is also curving,
No, the other guy, the physicist, I mean the PhD guy, said that light is something, is just like steel. Steel is made of atoms, so you can bend it. And light is also bending, so it has to be something like atoms.
Okay, that makes absolutely no sense.
I know.
I know. It's bending 8 inches per mile squared also, don't forget that.
Yeah, I mean, with how they say that light can bend over it, is complete nonsense crap, because technically, if you looked at the video, you ain't got to. You can take my word for it. But I mean, literally, I take a balloon with friction where it bends it out. You never see that damn light move at all. The laser stays. If it was a light that, is like a light bulb, that type of light that's dispersing already into it, type deal, of course, is to bend until that water comes all the way out to where that light still goes. Sorry for cursing. It's aggravating to hear somebody come up with things that they're told in books and never go home to actually do an experiment or whatever you want to call it. Because I know Jen got on to me earlier, so I don't know if it's observation or whatever, but don't go home to actually try this. It's mind-blowing to me.
Well, if you increase, for example, the index refraction of water or of any liquid, and you can also increase the refraction index of the air also by heating all sorts of metals. You can also make lead evaporate. And
right. That I understand.
Gaseous lead is very refractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a very dense metal.
Yeah, but that light actually has to touch the water, so to say. If it ain't touching the fucking water, it's 6 inches off 6 inches above the water line.
Yeah.
Then there's no way for it to ever bend. Therefore, is the reason why I can be 3 miles away and I can see the dang light, even though that's not how I'm doing it.
Well, the air that we breathe and we see through it does not have a index of refraction of 1, which is perfect visibility.
Right.
It has a little bit above 1. But in very bad weather conditions, this index is growing. And when you have also temperature increase, you have a lot of water evaporation, which will cause the rise of the refractive index of the air. So we will see a change of propagation, angle propagation of light. Yeah. It will look like it's curving upwards, because when refraction happens in the air, it's always upwards towards the sky, but when it's inside the liquid, it's always downwards toward the ground. And it's a very interesting thing. Why? Why is this happening so? But yeah, it explains also why when the sunset, the sun is going so far away that the intensity of that light, it's a electromagnetic wave. And a wave, you can picture it like when you have a very long chain or whip, yeah, and you wiggle that whip, it will make a wave travel through all the length of that chain or string.
Correct.
And yeah,
this is a kinetic wave.
And at the end, where the string is ending, yeah, you will see that at the end of the string will rise up as the wave is rising it, and then it will fall back down to the ground. And that thing, when it's rising up, is actually causing a red shift. So we observe the sunset, like the sun is turning red color. But that's just because of the light, the intensity of that light does not have any more energy to propagate further, and it has to stop propagating. And when it does that, it will look like it's shining upwards, and on the ground it will look like you will see that beam hitting the top of a building, and it looks like it's illuminating that building, but actually it's not, because it's the obstruction because of the ball shape curvature, like casting a shadow on that building. It's actually because light, the way it's coming, at the end, it's curving upwards. It hits that building, and down on the ground, you have darkness setting installing. I mean, there is no light reaching there at that angle.
Yeah, like when you were talking about a string and a wave, the kinetic wave and all that. So, for instance, I've actually seen hands on, like with the whip, with how to make a sonic.
Yeah, yeah. It goes.
You know, I totally get that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for. I just want to see one dang globalist come in that says, here's something that's, indisputable evidence that you can go out and observe or whatever, or test on your own to see something. And I haven't yet. All I hear is silly word plays of, oh, this is what this means, and here's the definition. I don't give a shit about what a word means or what the definition is. I got to see it.
Yeah.
For the most part, Globers don't do measurements. They just parrot Wiki and Google.
Agreed. Like they're the ones who like literally just sat in school and just copied what the book said. Like
there's no such
a little bit
thing as a definition. Because once they come up with one, all they have to do is make a new one to outride that one. And then they say science, and they say force, and they say this and this, and they say no, pseudo force. No, this acts like, but not. So they it doesn't even matter. Just words are fucking arbitrary too. They're just whatever you agree on.
Yeah. Yeah, like another thing that I is like, so when I was in math class, I'll never forget, I asked the teacher, how did the formula become existent, for like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, that stuff, and the math teacher's reply back was, that's the formula you use. And I'm like, no, I want to know how the fuck did you come up with that formula? So I literally, that's when I started like going home, figuring out how they simplify things to come out with the best looking formula. And when I went back,
you mean like one dog and two frogs and one cat, 1D, 1F, 2C. Like that's all they do. They just put any other.
Well, no, I mean something that's more complicated, though. Like you'll figure you'll
have like 500 cats, 5 million cats.
No, not like that. Like the formula, like figuring out, the degree of one side of a triangle that you have when you have two sides, that one side's 45, the other one's 5. What does that mean that other one is? And they'll have a formula that out. And so what my question was to the teacher was, how did that formula become to an existence? And they couldn't figure it out. So I literally had to go home.
Making it up.
Yeah. Well, what I had to do was go home, and I actually found how to make it on my own, of saying, hey, here's the long way of doing it. And then how do I simplify it? And once I started simplifying it, then I made the formula. But that's all these damn schools are doing. No offense to Jen, because I know he's a teacher. But this is all they're doing majority of the time. They're just telling you, oh, here's the formula. Go home and do this. It's not, go figure this shit out for yourself.
Yeah.
It makes you want to bash your head against a brick wall trying to argue something.
You would never figure out, listen, without someone teaching you their format and their way of doing their type of math that they want you to learn, you would never go home and sit there and figure out the theorem that they've calculated or concluded or came up with. If you came up with your own, it would be something different, and you'd have to teach them. Yeah. You understand that?
You know what gives me cognitus? I'll tell you guys something that gives me severe cognitus. I have an immense disdain for teachers, but Jen, Mary Mom, and Karma are like some of my favorite people in the server, but they're all teachers. So this place gives me the cognitus.
Yeah, they are amazing people.
If you went
I definitely enjoy voice chat a lot better than regular chat. I said it earlier, and like regular chat, I got people that post. They'll be just flat earthers. They'll believe anything. If, I hate saying this towards our own people, but you put it in regular chat of something that is you just tell them, "Oh, it's flat Earth." This proves it, and they run with that shit. And then you say it like in voice chat, and you'll have like an actual correction. Like Battle Mods corrected me when I was talking about snipers and how the bullet goes. But if I said that in regular chat, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that sounds great. Let's roll with it."
No, if you said it in the chat here, most of us would rip that a new one.
Yeah, but
yeah, so I have a person to be like, "Hold on, you were saying what now?" Yeah, that's about ready to say something.
Yeah, I could definitely tell that Drace, when I was talking in regular chat, that he would be one that probably would have corrected me if I said something of just stupidity, even though it's for flat Earth. I could pick that up when I was talking to Drace earlier, that he definitely would have been one who corrected my little ass.
I got one line. I say, "Fuck all that." And then I say, let's start from this point right here. Like if we did go out and I'm like, "Hey man, look at like a turkey or just look at a plant or just look at anything. You just look at something that you want to look at and come back and tell me what you think about it. Like no one's ever existed except you in this whole world." And then you come back and tell me something, right? And then, and then we'd have to have, of course, a discussion. Like if I said fish don't breathe air underwater, for example. You know what I mean? If I went out and said that, and everybody else, the 100% of everyone else thinks fish are breathing air underwater. So they would call me retarded at first. But that's something I'd have to go teach them. Yeah, well, yeah, it could be this and this and this. It's a pump. There's no different from what you're calling the air or electric energy that you get out of the water. No different.
Can I input real quick? You guys heard of the Vedas?
Yeah, the Vedic text. Yeah, Vedas, yeah.
Yeah, you know how they have their own way of doing math. I think it's way faster and better than the way we do math. But my point is like how language. I think math is like a language. We're all trying to reach, go to the same goal, right? Trying to figure this out, that out. And I think there's different ways of doing it. So, you know how Roman numerals, right? We used to use Roman numerals, and now we use a different one because of the zero, from India. So I think science is everyone trying to figure things out. But when you say, when you let somebody tell you what it is, and then you don't go check it, then it's not science anymore. It's a religion. It's a faith now, right?
You slightly dumb yourself down and give yourself too much dog shit. It's like having too many languages. How the fuck do you need so many? Why do you need so many words? Why do you need so many languages? Of course, people in different places are going to grow up as little babies and talk different with different tongues and different way. But like once you get together in a group, you guys are eventually going to learn what each other are saying, and it's going to become one language. And that's the only way you're ever going to get far. You're not going to get far changing your fucking shit every second or every day. Would that make any sense?
What I would correct you, Dimok, would be that they are not dumbing you down, but they are turning you into a fanatic.
Yeah, separation anxiety. Yeah, anxiety. Yeah.
A fanatic. That works.
But I mean, that's literally what goes down, because the same with Babylon. How did they fuck up the people? Confuse the languages. That's it. Before that, they were doing everything. They could make everything they could do. If we agreed, your grandma, my grandpa, same people up at the top of the mountain, and we're at the bottom, we're helping them get up more and more and more and more and more, and we're all working together. Who the fuck is going to stop us?
Yeah,
I haven't met them.
Yeah, it seems like communication. Yeah, right. Like trying to communicate your idea to somebody, or what and then communicating a lie and make it seem like it's, you know what I mean, like it's a truth.
We'll keep it simple too. Like, don't fucking discount. Like you're talking about these or not you, but whoever talk about equations and then simplifying and then this and this and this. It should only been simplified in the first place.
Didn't Einstein say something along the lines, if you can't say something in like a couple of sentences on an elementary level to somebody, then you don't even know what the hell you're talking about. It's something.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything goes down to the brass tacks, to the bottom base fucking level. And the same with fighting, the same with war. Washington said the same thing. You got to go down to bare feet or get on the foot, on the ground, because that's how every war is won. They're not war talking. They're not won like, they're not actually won the way like people say and all this other shit, like not 100%. Like, if you really want to take people out or like hurt someone in a war, you have to be on the ground physically taking them out.
Good point. I never heard that one, but I like it.
Well, by the time those two guys are trying to understand each other when they are speaking different languages, the third one who knows both languages understands both of those, what they want to do together, and they will start to ridiculing them. They will give up.
Well, it'll be lost in translation. You got a Newton, you got an Einstein, you got a whoever, you got this person, you got Galileo, you got all these people. Like, and it's funny to me, how come Da Vinci didn't do the same as all the other dudes? How come he wasn't looking at the earth, measuring the earth and doing all this, but he's doing other shit? Get the fuck out of here. These people, half of them seem like the same fucking idea of the same thing. It's like one chose to do this and do math and be a weirdo, and then the other one chose to look at stars and do math and be a weirdo. The other one chose to look out at the horizon and do math and be a weirdo. Like, but none of them all chose to like do the other things of the other. It's just weird, right? Like you and I sitting here, we get bored, right? So we look at the horizon, we'd say, oh, okay, we measured this day, so we're done. We don't look at the stars. We don't look at anything else. We don't do anything else. Leonardo da Vinci, we make all these inventions. Somebody says the Earth's this or the Earth's that. We don't put an input in there. Kind of odd, right?
Yeah.
I can throw in compartmentalization, but that's old. That's been around forever.
Where's Da Vinci's flat Earth, round Earth sayings? Isn't that weird? Where are the other intellectual people's flat Earth, round Earth sayings that don't exist?
I actually would like to have heard Einstein's discussion on flat Earth versus globe, because I'm telling you, the way that he talks about that there's no, or how he believes that there's no force in gravity or something like that. And it sounds like more and more that you actually dive into that he believes more in like buoyancy is how it's called. Like, that guy had to talk at one time about flat Earth versus globe, and there's nothing out there.
Well, I mean, Tesla thought it was a globe, and he explained it in a couple of his schematic ideas, I think. Well, I don't know if it was him explaining it, but these words were somewhere, supposedly from Tesla, and talking about the way he wanted to set up certain things and have it out, and the way the Earth supposedly spun so he could build his current.
When even for that, like when they say that Tesla said that, and I hate saying
it, right, that's what I'm wondering.
Like I sit here and I'm like, that's so, excuse my French because I curse a lot, but that's so fucking much of bullshit, because that guy literally did experiments, observations, whatever the hell you want to call it. He did that stuff. He wasn't one of these of wordplay bullshit. He did it.
But think about this, just like you and I, if our mind is preoccupied with other things and we're not really thinking about that thing, who knows? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like when I was a kid, I thought the same thing like Tesla. If you're on a big ass ball, you hold your hand up, you're going to fucking get wind, you're going to get air, you're going to get power. Who wouldn't think that? Right?
Right.
But then who's like, the only thing I could think is the observation that he wouldn't have seen is like, how come nobody sees strings being tied to the ground and just flying up? I understand they keep talking about gravity, but we know centrifugal, like a spinning force is greater than gravity, right? Outdoes gravity. Yeah. So if you're spinning, how are they saying the spinning is going and helping gravity when it's greater than and does the opposite? I don't know. I can't conflate those. But yeah, I think Tesla just went along with the idea of round, and maybe he realized afterwards it was a realm and not a round thing because his shit didn't work that way. You get what I'm saying? He had to add the water underneath and the other stuff.
Tesla, and Thomas Edison. We all know the story, right? I mean, I read a biography, so-called,
They were together though.
supposed to be written by Tesla, but I don't know. I can't even trust that biography. I can't trust any of the quotes, any of the history that they tell me about Tesla, because if Tesla was the man that we think he is, then he definitely knew that the Earth was not a ball. You can't have developed the Wi-Fi, radio, remote control. Okay?
That's made by Edison. A lot of people don't understand this. Tesla was Edison's lackey, not through brain powers, not through thought of fucking perception or being smart, not that way, but a lackey as in this dude had the backing and the people and the money behind him, and Tesla didn't.
Right. Patreon.
So they were together. They shook hands like Batman and the Joker. They were together. They helped each other because listen. I promise you 100%. Because now, if I'm making my stuff, and then I got Edison that comes out and says, "Okay, I'm going to shock an elephant," and then Tesla was quiet about it, didn't say shit. Get the fuck out of here. No, I would have came out and said, "You just shocked the elephant with direct current, you idiotic fuck." Where'd that current come from? Because that current didn't come from my device. It came from you plugging something in and shocking the fucking elephant in front of everybody. And I would have drew it to everybody's attention that his shit shocked the fucking elephant. Direct current, not alternating current, which I can stand in, and it wouldn't hurt me or the elephant.
So let me ask you in this way then. How do you know that Tesla did not actually try to convince the people, what actually happened due to ignorance or not understanding, whatever you want to call it? That the people could not understand that. Therefore, that's why we never heard, or today why we haven't heard that. I'm really at the point of I don't really believe in quoted. I mean, it's very hard. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. If you're going against the government, are you going to say, "Hey, government, I'm going against you. Here's my blueprint: 12593825251. Here's what I'm going to do. Day one." No. Yeah. So if you do want to do that, you got to act like you're with the government for the most part of being with them, so they can see that, and then you got to secretly just say what you're going to say. Okay. Have you ever heard of a cryptic speech?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, well, he came up there and then he started crying and they told him to get the fuck off stage. And he said, "I'll be brief." That means they told him to hurry the fuck up because he was saying shit they didn't want him to. That's the only way you can do it. You come out, say what, like you say to certain people, maybe you give a explanation. But when they finally understand that, when they finally understand that invention that you tell them about or describe something to them, or a realm or a plane, that doesn't sound like a sphere, does it?
Correct.
So slowly but surely, if I give you information on someone how to do something and you build it and you think about it, there might be a lot more behind that than what you're fucking actually looking or thinking about. It might tell you the answer to all kind of shit. A UFO, right? Tesla was dealing with like energy, power, magnetism, levitation, right?
Freaking portals. Remember the the Philadelphia experiment, Montauk project.
Free energy, for everyone.
All right. I mean, we got wireless. You guys got wireless chargers, right? Yeah, Tesla came up with that.
But I can tell you,
the carpet.
He's from Croatia, Serbia, and people because I'm from there, and people know for Tesla, and they have in Belgrade they gave him an airport name called Nikola Tesla, and he's connected with many how to say stories and
you can say mystery stories. A lot of people made so many documentaries in my country about him, and it's so mysterious about his. I didn't watch so many of them. I didn't, maybe one or two, but it's like 1,000 of them, and they are all mysterious. Always was something like that. That Tesla knew it's something, and nobody wanted to put that out. That kind of, how to say, what he realized, what he I don't know how to say on English, but my English is bad. What he explored, what he knew.
All of modern technology is based off of the work of Nikola Tesla. The phone. And then there was Donald Trump's uncle that took his work after he died, after they stole all his patent. Makes you wonder.
John Trump, MIT.
That's the one. This was a very mysterious man. Yes. I don't believe any of the stuff they write about him. I don't know what it's me. If you look at some of the photos, it's either a Freemason photographer posed him that way, so he appears as a Freemason, with the whole gestures, hand gestures on the face, or he was one. But he couldn't have been that ignorant, right? Man was a genius. If you believe the story.
But you always have government behind. You cannot go like your individual and do whatever you want.
Right.
How he died? Some illness, I think.
Alone in a hotel room, desolate.
Yeah.
I mean, just broken.
Is that the real story?
That's the story, yeah.
Yeah, is that real story? Nobody knows. Yeah.
I was just watching Stranger Things the other day. Tesla. Okay? There's a magician movie, the Edward Norton and Tesla's in it too, the magician movie. I forgot the name, the Magnificent or something like that. I forget.
You talking about the Prestige?
The Prestige, yes, Hank. Tesla was portrayed as a kind of wizard, so kind of like After X type.
Well, they showed his ass, right? He screwed in a light bulb in the ground, and that's not how the ground battery or ground generator works. Right. In order to have a ground generator, you have to have two different types of metal, right? Just like you have in a battery. And then you put it in the ground, and then you wet the ground. And when the ground gets wet, it automatically starts producing, right? The only problem is that you have diminishing returns. So if you put a series of 6 2-volt cells in the ground, you're not going to have a 12-volt battery. Unfortunately, it's extremely diminishing returns. So I would say that if you wanted to have one or two, it might be worth it, right? But to have your yard full of them, I don't think it would be worth it.
Yeah, they asked Einstein, so how does it feel to be the smartest man alive in the world ever? I don't know. Ask Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
Who? I've never heard of him in school. Who's that? Never taught you who Nikola Tesla is in school?
Is his mother Jewish?
No, I told you he's Serbian from Croatia.
Yeah. So we're using all these wireless computers, electricity, AC, DC, right? And you're not going to teach us Tesla in school. What's going on here? You're going to teach me who Thomas Edison is, a Freemason.
Man, that was our battery in ex-Yugoslavia, like Tesla, battery, like it's like
the bag battery?
The battery for the normal battery, 1.5 volt.
1.5 volt.
Yeah, and also bigger ones, that 4.5.
You could do that with a little plate of metal sticking in the air. Yeah, you can get you can get a volt out of a lot of things.
No, I'm saying only that was famous, like a fabric in our country, and it's called Tesla in the 80s, 70s.
Oh, it's called the what?
Tesla.
And it was a fabric?
Of course, but he's from our country. Man, Belgrade.
Why? I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I wasn't
yeah. But he's born in Croatia, but he's like I think father is the Serbian, yeah.
Is that Edward Leeds Kellman dude from there too? Croatia?
I don't know.
The other guy that like levitates the coral castle and all that?
I don't know.
Huh. So he's from Croatia, and where's Croatia at?
Croatia, it's has a board. You have Adriatic Sea across its Italy.
Okay, so is it in Italy?
No. You have Adriatic Sea. I'm telling where is Croatia.
Sea. Across Italy.
Across is Italy, and there is Croatia. It's on this, let's say, on the north.
Okay. And what's so great about Croatia to where like you come from there and you know all stuff about electricity?
Oh fuck! Maybe only because we have one guy who is famous making electric cars. Even his car is better than that fucking who is guy name. That guy who has the send the
Elon.
Yeah, he has the better car than Elon Musk. Faster and it's called fucking.
Oh, you're talking about the guy, the old white haired guy? You talking about him?
No, it has fucking. I forgot the name. He has the name of the car is his name, and his car is better than Elon Musk's car.
Yeah, there's a guy that Elon Musk took the idea from. It's an old guy, old chunky guy, big dude, white hair.
No, this guy is young. Fucking, this guy is very young. This guy is like.
Well, there's an older guy too in America or somewhere that like builds. He's been building like electric motors for like 30 years, 40 years now.
I need to find him.
They said he was like the king of building electric motors. This dude, so he might be the same dude. Tesla had to use some of his shit. Not Tesla, Elon.
It's called Rimac. R-I-M-A-C.
Airmac?
R-I-M-A-C. Like Rimac, yeah.
Airmac. Air-I-Mac.
Yeah. R-I-Mac.
Air.
It's pronouncing Rimac, but yeah, in my language.
Air. I'm just wondering if they're not really just.
It's like sweet.
It's not just the air. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, all ground is just building up a current through static or any other way you can build up movement or build up a fucking heat or a charge, right? And then everything wants to go or discharge itself to a ground. But if you put all of your electronics and everything to where ground would supposedly be at first, so you get all the power you need for all your stuff, and then ground would be an offshoot source after that. And then I mean, it's never ending free energy. All you have to do is have a ground. You hook right before you get close to ground or whatever. That's your power. You turn it on, then the rest goes to ground.
Something to give Tracy some.
I'm just saying, you could literally hang a whole bunch of pieces of metal off the trees and shit, right? And once you get close enough or become ground close enough to it to connect, then you get power. So if you were like insulated, you wouldn't be grounded out yet. You'd be insulated. You'd build up your charge, and then you drop your little ground wire as needed. Psst, psst, put off your discharge. Like literally, there should never be a uncharged battery anywhere, ever.
As an interesting word, charge. Have been charged with committing a crime. What does it mean? To give energy or to acquire energy?
That's right. They want your energy. They don't have any money. It turns out the government get their money from the people. So therefore, any power that the government has must come from the people. So when they place a charge on you for having, I don't know, some illegal plants, right? What they're trying to do is they're trying to get your energy, right? Because they can't produce it themselves because they're not real people, like men and women, like walk the earth. They're only personas.
Yes. Like why have we used
When they
this
charge
word?
you, then you got to offput, you got to offset, you got to make it right or make it even. You got to go to ground or pay it off, pay it right, make it even with that money.
Pay it back.
With that one energy, that one exchange.
Would you say military duty would be your charge? Because when you're done with it, you are discharged?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be an uncharged battery. It would be a discharged battery.
So when they tell you you're in charge, that don't mean you're in charge.
Means you have the power.
That means you're going to distribute the energy the way they need allocated.
You underestimate my power.
You're at the bottom of the hill, bitch. Come and get me.
That was funny.
Do I look like a Padawan to you, mother? Come get some. You might be able to kill Padawans, but I'm the Obi-Wan.
Or when you go to the store.
Think about it, though. Just think about it. I mean, these guys wield, like, a plasma torch and a fucking gravity, right? That's what they wield. What if anybody just thought about, I don't know, shooting them with a gun instead of a laser. I don't think that plasma would do shit to that lead projectile as it's moving. I know it would stop a laser. Also, they were the terrorists, right? The terrorists, the ones that used the force of gravity.
Force.
It's almost like, what they did with the veterans. Oh, we're going to use you and tout you as heroes, but as soon as you're done, we're going to demonize you and turn you into terrorists.
Albert Pike, was it? In Morals and Dogma, said something about men and wasted force. Look at all these people. Look at all these men wasting their force, wasting their energy. We need to harness. Man shouldn't be allowed to just wander about the wilderness. No. You got to focus his energy into something. Morals and Dogma. It's very interesting how he words it.
That kind of goes back to the reason for the deception, right? Like throughout antiquity, the struggle was always trying to get man to not be a philosopher, to not reject the status quo of things, right? That's why the modern education system is such a success in doing this, as such as raising laborers and workers and not thinkers.
Right.
It's to prevent a dark age from everyone abandoning civilization when they realize the truth.
Or people, or them losing control. When you think about business and commerce, trading, chickens can only give you so many eggs, so you got to get a whole bunch of chickens, right? But so they can't give you more eggs than they, but if you get a man, right, he'll give you all his freaking eggs. And if you get a man, I could just take all his eggs.
Like man eggs? It's actually labor force. See, we actually are slaves to do. See, we think we come up with these designs, right? But no, they program this problem into us to where we come up with the solution for their issue. Everything we do is to suit them, right?
Yep, that's it.
We build the system that is our own demise.
Yes. It's almost like just programming a computer to do the work for you. Alan Turing, right? Crack the it was the only way to crack the Enigma. The code, right, was to build a machine that can do it. So look at all these machines walking around, breathing, thinking. Like you said, we're building the solutions. We're providing the solutions. We're giving them the data they need to see how they can manipulate human behavior. Right? The animal. If you think of a man as just an animal, it's just another study. Another thing to study, right? Another, you know what I mean?
Yeah, another level.
Look at all the tricks we can make animals do for us, right? What about the man? Can we get the man to do some tricks for us?
Yeah, just stuff a dollar bill in
Man earlier said he was more intelligent than a crab. Do you remember?
Stuff a dollar bill in his banana hammock and he'll do some tricks for you.
Yeah, see, an animal, like man can do one more trick than an animal can't, right?
Oh my.
Man, like an animal can be used for labor, right? And it can be used for food. Man can be used for labor, and they can be used for growing food. And they can be used for sport. So sport is the only thing warfare. That's the only thing that separates us from the animals. It's not thinking.
I would say that thinking only temporarily disassociates us from the animals, because as soon as we get emotional again, we're back to thinking like an animal.
Yep. As soon as we get into a herd, we start destroying each other, right? Herd mentality. You know, an individual is intelligent, but a group is not.
Yep.
Especially when they're angry with their fists in the air, shouting, red in the face.
I've talked to people so many times about, taking them through the Black Swan, right? They understand what's being said. They understand, that it's not appearing as a ball, it's not curving, and then they kind of just keep believing it's a ball. It's like what's going on here? You know what I mean? It's like you've basically seen the evidence, and you still are not, accepting the evidence. Now you're turning the evidence. You're saying you're seeing things that are not there. Like, what the hell is going on here? It's fucking weird, man. It's fucking scary.
Oh, I know. But it's all by design. Trust the plan, right? The plan will save us all. The plan will create 1,000-year civilization without any more resets. As long as they can get is 100 years with their plan. People woke up.
Well, if we're talking about the MAGA sort of QAnon sort of thing, I think that there was an awakening about how evil these elites were with the pedophilia. Were there rabbit trails and misdirection and, just fake Q? Yeah, but I think there was a little bit of truth mixed in there too. Is Robert Kennedy Jr. going to come, hailing, Trump in on a steed in 2024? I don't know. But, I guess we'll have to see about the rest of the stuff. At the very least, it was a pretty good lesson in misdirection, truth, falsehood, discernment, that sort of thing. The whole Q thing.
I'd like to think that, my family comes from good stock, and, that my brother, he's a smart guy because he can string sentences together and make valid arguments sometimes. But he said that he wanted to make Trump the emperor so that he could do all the things that he wanted to do. And I was like, dude, you're a fucking moron. Why would you want to make Trump the emperor? Right? Look who his, son-in-law is. Right? Who's going to inherit this, So, it's like the only way that this shit is ever going to work is if we become ungovernable and like radically self-reliant. And when I say radical, I mean that, peacefully. Just self-reliant. Just relying on yourself.
Well,
There's no third body. No third body. Yeah.
Well, creepy Kushner aside, I mean, the power hungry people will always, try to elbow into the realms of power, be it a presidency, a self sufficient people, whatever. They're going to try to grab the reins of power, whether it's Emperor Trump, self sufficient people, you're always going to deal with that. You just got to be prepared for that when it comes, whether it's possibly Antichrist, creepy, solicized Kushner, or whoever they plant next to the seat of power to monitor and possibly, take it over if the need presents itself.
I think they have contingencies for every situation. Contingencies to swing it always in their favor. That's why we cannot rely on them. Because they are they and we are we. Two different entities. We is the people. Look what happened in Kazakhstan. The people got kicked out. The people are pissed. The people have flooded their capital. It's like a sea of people.
The people are a mob, and mobs are not
democracy. Mob rule, democracy, the herd, the beast.
Yeah.
The beast will rise from that sea. That is the sea that the beast rises out of. It will be a charismatic leader in an anarchist movement.
Arise, chicken. Arise.
Yeah. Arise, chicken. Arise. What are you doing? Oh, excuse me. Arise, chicken. Arise. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, not good reception here. Let me try here.
I think people are at a point where they just want peace, and even if the devil showed up and offered them peace, people would be like, "Yeah, we don't care. Just give it to us." You know what I mean? People want security and peace. You shall have no peace.
What's that saying, though? For those that will give up liberties for peace and safety shall deserve neither peace, safety, or rights.
Yep.
That's right.
I have a really good quote that I've been trying to share this past year. It's those who wish to be both ignorant and free, wish for something that never has been, and hope for something that never can be.
Yes. Whoever told you that you are free, that is the enemy. It's very simple. They're trying to control your mind, trying to get you to think of some sort of an external deity so that you don't come to realize what they know. That's what it's all about.
Well, kind of on that point, consider yourself a child, right? You depend on your parents to secure your life. You depend on them to teach you what you should know, right? And in the same vein, isn't that kind of what people, not in totality, but in a certain vein, they would say, hey, the government actually is going to help us move forward as, humanity. You know what I mean?
They're always trying to steer civilization. They're trying to steer culture in one way, but culture always finds a way of correcting itself.
Well, sure. But I'm talking more about the psychological influence of this idea that government has a pure idea for you, where it's like I can even though government is regulating these things, they're doing it in our best interest, right? This is for some reason people think this is what's happening for them by government. Their governments, for the most part, are have their best interest at heart.
Yeah, but once you realize, hey, the Earth is not a globe, and if the government is telling you that it is in fact a globe, think about it.
Well, sure. But that's not even the. We talk about flat Earth, but it's like there's
no. Hear me out, though.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the ultimate slap in the face, the ultimate lie. If they are telling you that it is in fact something that is something different, that reality is something that you cannot perceive with your own eyes, that you have to trust them.
Well, it's like even with government, I mean, all of the like
they think themselves as gods.
Yeah, well, the top like the top scientists. I mean, they go through all these elite schools and everything, but they still trust in government. And so it doesn't matter which part of the schooling system, the education system you are a part of. Everyone has an equal vote, right? This is the claim, right? And quote unquote democracy, which is not actually the thing, right? Because democracy, well, electoral college is another part of
democracy. Is a mob in action.
That's only in America, but hold on, they have elections in other countries besides America. But this is I'm talking about the ideology, not necessarily the voting system and whether or not government has your best interest at heart, and whether or not you're smart enough to figure out that there's no reason to vote for any of these fucking dipshits that claim to have power and influence, which they do, obviously, because they make shit happen, but it's not in our best interest to support them at the end of the day.
I think democracy can work as something like a village, where the family member, the person representing the family, has the family's best interests in mind, right? And when a bunch of fathers come together who have their family's best interests in mind, then you can probably have a successful democratic system going.
Bong. Yes, of course. That's tribal. That's tribal stuff, right? That's
you take it one step
tribes.
Lower,
that's
and a
like
family
small communities, tribals. Yes, of course. Yes.
Sorry, you take it one step lower, and a family can be communist, right? So they all stick all their money in one pile, and they buy a house, and everybody works and puts in, right? But as soon as two people quit working and the other two people are forced to work, communism breaks down. So go back to the tribe, right? As soon as one or two fathers get together and they say, "Oh man, we got enough, right? We got enough for the winter. Let's quit working right now." And these other assholes, they can keep working. Well, isn't that exactly what's going on with capitalism? You got people that own all this shit and they don't actually lift a finger, right? They got people to pay their taxes, to mow their yard, to do all the things that they need done, the heavy lifting, logistics, and all they have to do is, wake up, take a piss, and they make like $300,000 while they're pissing, right? So it's like, no matter what, like any form of government isn't going to work except for a self-governance. And that's hard enough. Like, go ahead and try to commit to a New Year's resolution. How many of you have failed so far? Right?
Kill the phoenix by freezing it.
I don't do that.
How much willpower do we actually have?
I don't like to make oaths I can't keep, so I don't do that.
But seriously, think about it. The phoenix always gets burned, right? They always say, we're going to burn it down. No, don't burn it down. Don't destroy it with fire. This time, puree it, get the water out of it, and make it a big mush and freeze it into a solid block, into the cube where it belongs, back into an ice cube, so the motherfucking bird cannot resurrect from the ashes.
Fuck that bird.
Hate that goddamn bird.
Bong, I think you're probably closer to understanding. I mean, people in America, white people or whatever you want to call people. I think you're closer to some type of tribal idea than anyone else is, because you're from Samoa, so it's that.
Well, I think you all are. I think you all are too, because we have families. That's why I brought up the word family.
Yes.
Yeah, because we look after our family's best interests. We're not only we don't go there because I want to get rich and then fuck my family. No, that will never happen. If dad is representing you. You know what I mean? Versus some guy that's there to represent the interests of a corporation, and yet he's supposed to be a senator that's representing or Republic. A representative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I think they took that away so that So that we don't have a voice. So that we don't have a voice. Go ahead.
They've also done something too. They've implemented the destruction of the nuclear family, which gets rid of the tribal mentality. So that now your tribe is the nation, the national mentality, right?
Red, white, and blue.
Which they can exploit any way they feel they see fit.
Yes. They can do that with fear. That's how fear works. Fear programming.
And a lot of people just like, well, no, they're not doing that to me. I mean, haven't you seen the news? Don't you see what's happening? It's like, yes, I do. See how you're influenced by what they say on the news. And that's why I'm trying to warn you that you're being manipulated.
You know, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on. You know, when new information comes across that contradicts what you know, that means that there is alternative information. That means that the cognitive dissonance is caused from brainwashing. And it happens even in religion. So it's one of these things where...
Wait, even in religion? I mean, sometimes it's especially in religion.
Yeah.
Not even in religion.
You know what I'm talking about, Hank.
I know.
Go ahead. I wasn't going to...
Like, it's all about doctrine, right? It's all about theory.
Orthodoxy.
Doctrine, yes. Like a doctor, a PhD is a philosophical doctrine, which means he's one of these doctors, right?
Yeah, now, I mean, PhD stands for Doctor of Philosophy.
Now, what does medical physician mean?
Well, there's still PhDs.
They're called doctors. They're not PhDs. They're MV or MHDs or MPDs or whatever.
Well, they're MDs, medical doctor, but they still have a
medical
PhD.
Doctorate.
They still have a PhD.
But it's a doctrine in the medicine. It's a doctorate of medicine.
Doctor of medicine, right?
Doctrine. Doctrine,
but it's still a philosophical. Doctrine. It's still a still a doctor of philosophy.
Basically, it means an expert in the doctrine, an expert in the dogma.
Yeah. Which I'm not saying it never helps anyone, and I would never say that. But yeah.
So when people say, "Oh, well, an elite board of physicians says this," well, that's technocracy. Well, an elite board of experts says this. That's technocracy. Oh, so many doctors said this. Yeah, that's hearsay. That's technocracy is what some people say is the answer to the world, right? And that's where an elite group of experts in their field get together and make decisions based off of their expertise in the field. But then again, we have people like astrophysicists that are completely off by a magnitude that's.
Check this out. I mean, they have these hospitals. They have these hospitals built in major cities and stuff, and everybody does anyone want to go there for help? To be honest, I never want to be in that hospital at all, ever. I don't want to go there.
I'm talking about the problem with the culture, the problem with the way that people are thinking. And most of it stems with the upbringing and the doctrine that they are forced down our throats since our birth. I mean, they incept into this globe idea.
Well, I mean, the globe and the hospital, right? The hospital is a distraction. That's really, it's really kind of a, never mind. I'm not going to talk about that. All right. So the globe, let's get back to the globe because I'm getting me started now.
Yeah, let's get off the Knights Hospitalers.
The Knights Hospitalers? Is that what you said?
Yes, it's actually a thing.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, so we're going back to the globe.
This is not medical advice. You don't always consult your doctor and ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Dude, I avoid hospitals like I avoid freaking rats. Whatever. So we're going to talk about.
I was just saying the Red Cross has something to do with something.
No, those are vampires. Yeah, I avoid vampires too because I don't let them take blood from me.
Hey, doctor, is this right for me? And doctor's like, oh, so I see you have seen the commercial. Unfortunately, it's not right for you because that's not the brand I'm selling. This brand is right for you, though. Like,
dude, if you look into the history
like NASCAR drivers,
of the
holy
Red
shit.
Cross, the Red Cross. Come on, man.
They look like fucking NASCAR drivers.
Easy. Yeah, it's just like
they really need to start displaying
Red
who they're
Cross
sponsored
is the easiest one to figure out. Fucking A, man.
They're just salespeople for pharmaceuticals, man. Like, they don't know anything about it. It's like, let me read up on
The bullets and the bandages are for sale. I just like World War III. If only there was a way that I could convince Israel to be pissed off at Iran for no reason because they haven't attacked another country in 250 years.
If only
some of these bullets and bandages.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Hank, if only we could say what we actually think on here. Holy fucking shit, man. Yeah, Red Cross my ass.
Careful, Helio. You don't want to be doing that, especially with me in the room.
That's a double bandage, right? Anyway, woo! I'll shut up now.
Okay,
yeah,
well, you don't have to.
Just rip it off.
Let's just talk about the old globe. Let's rip that Band-Aid off, shall we?
Yeah, so I came across some interesting findings. It appears that the globe projection that wanted or that featured the Earth contracting towards the poles and expanding towards around the equator is actually from Claudius Ptolemy, which refutes, and in his papers when he did his map, right, he pretty much refuted and debunked Eratosthenes and Mariner of Tyrus's rectangular projection of the Earth. Remember, Eratosthenes never thought it was a globe.
Well, round about what years are you, or to what are you referring there?
Here, let me find some things on it. Here's this right here.
Your interview voice is a little weird.
Claudius Ptolemy, around circa 80, 90 to 168. That's where he was born, 90 AD to 190.
Imagine saying, what year were you born? 90. 1990? No, 90. Like, what?
He
sounds weird to us. Anyway, go ahead.
He summarized that his proceedings and constructed an accurate map of the known world. His great achievement was to enter detailed information about the known world on a map projection from a sphere on a flat surface. Ptolemy's work later became the basis of the revival of scientific geography early in the 15th century. He criticized and corrected the work of Magnus of Tyre, AD 100, arguing against Magnus and Eratosthenes' rectangular projections in favor for one contracting towards the pole and expanding at the equator. These are projections for maps.
Wait a second. So the book, hold on. The book is a sarcastic dig at us, right? Inventing the flat Earth. Okay, but then in this, just like anything from the demons, they give you a little truth right down in here that says that the map projected from a sphere onto a flat surface, guys and gals. Okay, not from a flat surface to a sphere, which is what the Globers always say. You know, they took their maps and wrapped it around the sphere. Even though all maps are flat, they're based on a sphere. I just don't get it.
So it's Ptolemy that came up with the sphere. It was not Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it was Ptolemy. Or
Hiram Abiff.
Exactly right.
Right? Hiram Abiff is Marinus of Tyre.
Hold on. Hiram Abiff, Do we trust that that's even the name of somebody? Come on.
That's
Hiram
the character
Abiff?
known as Hiram.
Yeah, well, I'm going to disagree with
From the
the
Bible.
existence of that person. Okay.
From the Bible, Hiram. From the Bible.
That's
There
fine.
it is.
That's fine. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know how easy this is? Every time a glober comes in and says, well, if the Earth was a sphere, this is what we might expect to see. I mean, how easy how easy it is. It's like when you say if, it's like, dude, you're pretending when you say if. Here's what I might or might not see if the Earth were a globe.
So the Mercator projections, all of those projections of modern day maps comes from the reason why things are skewed out on the flat map and the continents are not the right size
that's
is
a different
because
conversation.
they're skewing things on what it would look like on a ball. Right? So they're mathematically skewing the run lines.
Well, and if you go through different projections, you're going to have to explain it different ways. Yeah.
Oh, I know that, but we all know that, you know, the Mercator projection is completely off because if you look at the north, the longitudes are drawn out a lot further than they are at the equator.
But it
which
always
is what this means.
But as far as like what I was saying, the first question is, if Earth were a globe, it might look like this. And then they're going to show us these map projections, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Which is why all modern maps are off. You can't really use them as a direct, you know, landmark. Oh, this is what the land looks like. Because it's based off of
all right, if
different.
Earth was all right, let me ask you flat earthers, if the Earth was flat, what would the Earth look like? Do you have a projection or a map of that?
Here you just subtract the exaggerations from the globe projection.
Because I know that, but exactly. So
instead of you know, these elongated longitudes and short latitudes, which is, you know, the aspect is off in the northern regions, you have them all equal and the same.
Hold on, Josh.
You come out with a 8 as the full equidistant map.
Before you try to retract and extract from the globe, you know, extractions, it's not necessary for anyone to make a flat Earth model. It's not. We don't have to make one. It's not necessary.
Yes, I know that.
I have an idea. Like, the question, like, well, if the Earth is not a ball, then what is it? You know, in my mind, right? Well, if it's not a ball, then Earth means soil. And if Earth means soil and it's not a ball, then what is the meaning of your question? Are you asking me to fly up like God and look down at the Earth, right? Like NASA does, right? Like, how
see, me and Bong are on the same point. Like, there's no reason for a flat Earth model.
Yeah, what I mean is it's just measurement of distances on the landmass.
Right, but
out. That's
I'd do a flat Earth model, but you know what I would do? No moon or sun.
That's what I mean. They're asking for a model.
Right, because it's just the Earth, nothing to do with the sky.
Yeah, I mean, Bong, continue. I want to hear the rest of Bong's statements. Go ahead, brother.
Well, if we remove the word Earth, because if Earth is not a ball, then it just means soil, right? And if we remove that word from their question and then ask them to ask the question again, now ask your question again, but don't use the word Earth because it means soil, and see what kind of question you're going to ask. And the question is, do you guys have a model? It's like, oh, yeah, everybody face palms. So that is what they're asking for. You know, they're asking, and I think the question is invalid. If the Earth is not a ball, it's not a valid question to ask. How can anyone know?
All I'm talking about is just mapping out the topography without skewing anything to any kind of projection, just for what it is.
I think you need to say that everything in the fucking world is and always will be a flat Earth model. Every piece of dirt you stand on, every sandbox you've ever sat in that's flat is a flat Earth model. Every kitchen floor you stand on, every store floor you stand on, every house floor you stand, everywhere you've ever been, every plane you get into, everything's a flat Earth model.
Let me just get a little deeper. I think the real question, I think what people are really concerned about are explanations, because they have this idea that we can explain everything, even the origin of the universe. You know what I mean? I think that's the heart of their question. We want explanations. You know what I mean? But then, it's hard to focus on that without. You guys know what I mean? Like explanations. Like we think we know everything. I mean, there's pride there, right? So asking the question, well, what's the Earth then? It's like I don't even know what that question means. If the Earth is not a ball, I mean, shit. I looked at the sun one day and cried because I didn't know what it was, and I was like, this is why people ancients worship the sun. I was like, I can't even ask the question. You know what I mean? Like, what is the Earth? What is the Earth? What are we? Well, why are we asking these questions? Like, how do we not know the answers? Like, what do you mean? What is my dream? What is the shape of my dream when I fall asleep? Like, is my dream happening on a ball in space? You know what I mean? Is that kind of question? Like, is it a valid question?
Somebody needs to redo the zombie song and turn it into Globy. It's in your head.
The globe's in your head. Globy, globy, yeah.
Curve the curve.
Gravity. Hey, hey, hey. You don't know if it's. Yeah. Anyway.
Unbelievable.
Not Josh.
With the math and the science and the pseudo and the equations and the guessing.
Did you say and the pseudo?
Their globe is dying.
Are you doing the dishes right now?
It's in your head.
You're doing the dishes, aren't you?
No, I'm taking a piss. No dishes. No pisses.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Damok. What are you doing? What's that shit in the background?
It's someone in the shower.
Whisper 2000?
Someone in the shower on the other side.
Damn, bro. Where you live?
Damn, your neighbors can hear you fart and shit, huh?
It's not my neighbor. It's my wife in the shower.
Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Never
It's
mind.
my house, man. I can hear the shower.
So are you in the bathroom with her?
No. I'm on the other side.
How can we hear her shower?
I can hear her. You have supersonic, magical, special.
No, bro, it's your mic. Your mic's picking it up.
It's got a waterfall in it.
Are you in the bedroom?
I don't know.
I bet you he's in the master bedroom.
It doesn't sound that good like a. Yeah, it's in the master bedroom on the other side.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, good. You just ruined the adventure for me.
That's what it is. I mean, if he was in like another room, you wouldn't hear it.
Yes, thank you. I know how a house works.
Okay, just making sure because some people hear.
Law of sound.
Don't get me mad about houses, Josh.
Some people here, like me, live in trailers, like travel trailers.
Hey, I started out in the trailer. There's nothing wrong. They're good. They're good starters. That's how you do. You got to get your shit.
And you can take that anywhere.
Hey, somewhere to live is somewhere to live, man.
Hey, but I agree wholeheartedly there.
Yeah, but during the wintertime, it's best to be down here.
What?
Yeah, there ain't no insulation on the bottom of these motherfuckers.
On the bottom, that's right. Yeah, you gotta.
You ever thought about a wood burner from the bottom up?
The fucking thing's made out of wood, dude.
Started from what?
Yeah, start it from the bottom up. The whole thing goes up.
That's not cool. The ones up in here, they got the steel frames and shit. I mean, they got
Yeah, it's steel frame, but like everything else, like the wood framing is made out of wood. Like the interior is made out of wood. Highly flammable shit. I don't even want to smoke in this bitch.
Damn.
because the last one I was in, I had a laptop that was charging, and went to work, came back, fucking goddamn motorhome burnt down.
Holy
Because
shit! Are you kidding
battery
me?
blew up. Nope.
Dude, what? That's crazy.
That's a big dude. What?
The battery exploded on the fucking laptop. It was an HP. So since then, I'm like, fuck HP.
Was there like,
I'll spend more and get an
HP's been
Asus.
garbage since day one. Yep.
It's cursed. I'll get Asus.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, from my experience, Asus is really good quality. Lasts a really long time.
Yep.
Talk about. Do you have it plugged into an extension cord, a cheap one?
I'm using a 12-year-old Macintosh, and it's still screaming like the day I built. I guess I built it online.
I said
I picked out the parts. 12 years. Okay. Get an Apple. Stop fucking.
Nah. Fucking Apple. You know, I can actually partition this bitch and throw a Hackintosh on here.
Yeah, well, I can do the same thing on mine and throw.
Because the touchpad, it's the same thing as a MacPad.
Okay.
It's even got the thumbprint reader.
You're a special boy then, aren't you?
Well, it's like I specifically got this one so later on I can like use it as an emulator for whatever machine I want it to be.
Yeah, I should see, and that's the thing. I don't know how to do it at all, but I want to get at least a partition on this for a PC to play Unreal Tournament 2004.
What about just getting like
That's a good game. I've played that.
Fuck yeah, dude! It's my favorite ever.
Like $600 on.
I mean, yeah, I could get a gaming computer for cheap. I might just do that.
Just a tower.
Yeah, and well, see, I'll get a gaming computer that can just regular, fucking well, and then I can
most money on a graphics card.
Yeah, I can beef shit up. Yeah, I mean you just need a regular
graphics
motherboard. Yeah, and that's it. I understand. I've only built one gaming computer. I was building it for this kid who had cancer. He was a friend of mine.
And then the best.
He died before I could finish it, so I guess I just kept it.
And then the best, since you are already used
I'm just
to Macintosh, you can run Linux as a native with a backplane on a separate hard drive, not a partition, just separate hard drive.
Right,
that can't be accessed from the Linux system at all, and have your Windows system on that, so you can run Unreal Tournament.
See, it's already way too much work for me.
Nah, you just got to get 2 hard drives. That's it.
I have 2 hard drives.
And see, the good thing
I'm
with
not willing
Linux,
to get them up. Dude, I've been doing research for so many years that some of this stuff is like day of 7-Eleven was a part-time job that
you can run Mac programs with Linux with the proper plugins.
Mac programs in Linux?
Yeah. You can't do like GarageBand or anything.
Well, fuck GarageBand. Although, for the layman, GarageBand's actually fine.
Yeah, it's good beginner and it's actually. Yeah.
Say what?
You gotta hit that upgrade to Logic.
Upgrade to Logic? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like Reason more than Logic, but Logic's good too. I like Reason's so much fun to mess around with, so easy.
All right, so what would be, Raz, reasonable articulable suspicion? So, like, if they catch me with, like, ice cream, in Texas, it's illegal to have it in your back pocket. Like, can they reasonably assume that I'm going to stick that ice cream in my pocket?
Wait a second. It's illegal to have ice cream in your back pocket?
Yeah, in Texas, because that's how you steal a horse.
That's a lie.
Oh, boy.
Wait, what?
Biden would be pissed.
People don't walk around with horses.
You got an ice cream bar.
We tried out of Biden's
get arrested.
Come on, man.
No, but seriously. Is it reasonable to think that if I have ice cream, I'm going to put it in my pocket?
Especially because now
no, it is not. It is not reasonable.
Pocket,
yeah,
and some people do so that they.
Yeah, you can put an ice cream sandwich in your back pocket, no problem. So can the cops just make up any reason, like, I want to touch that man's scrotum? Like, hey, you there with ice cream, get over here. Stop.
And I'm stealing a horse fast.
He was going to steal a horse. I bet you.
I reckon.
Like Texas.
And if you think that's funny, please do look up Terry versus Ohio, because that cop was like, I knew he was about to break, and still he was going to rob that place. I knew he was going to do it.
That's science.
Are cops like psychics now? They can tell we're about to commit a crime?
Absolutely.
It was a snap movie. He had done it 3 times before.
Time cops.
Precog. Minority Report.
Exactly. Oh, you know what's a great movie? Idiocracy.
The documentary.
So
wasn't meant to be, but it ended up being.
Get your electrolytes.
Romp, romp. Carl's Jr. Fuck you. I'm eating.
Carl's Jr. Hello, Jen.
Hello, Denmark. How you doing?
Fine, fine. What's the amount to send something from where you're at to where I'm at? Like if you sent like, I don't know, a set of chopsticks or like a little fan or something like, you know, like the little thing.
Bag of sweets. Send him some sweets too.
Well, no.
Those look fire.
I'm just asking.
$10.
No, because they're not like American sweets.
Probably $10.
So I wonder if there's something in there, because I got a daughter and she loves little like tea things, Japanese like little things, tea sets, little cool like stuff. Like I wonder if there's any way I could get something like a little care package sent, and I could return the favor somehow too.
I see. Yeah, why not?
You know, actually, my relatives in Japan just sent some stuff to my grandmother. Still hasn't gotten here yet, though.
Oh, right, wow.
It's like furikake and stuff like that.
How many days ago did she send it?
First of the year.
Oh, okay, right. That's taking way too long. That's taking way too long. That must be it's probably arrived at your end.
It's through the mail. Yeah, it's through the mail.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Doesn't it still have to go through customs to check it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is then. It's probably being held up at your end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It usually is.
Yeah, because usually...
Oh, there's got to be drugs. It's coming from Asia. Check for fentanyl.
Yeah.
Fucking Japan is not China.
Well, I mean, the only reason I was asking is because she likes that type of stuff, and I know, you live there, so I was just asking.
Yeah, what is it she wants exactly? A cup of tea?
She likes like the little tea.